Hello, friends. My name is Host Eric. It rhymes with Toast Derek. And I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And tonight, in this episode, I'm going to cover everything humanity's learned so far from the very beginning to now. We're going to start with the wheel. One of the things that humanity has learned is the wheel. The wheel is that which is round, and when connected to an axle will roll. Humanity long ago discovered it was easier to roll things than to drag them. Next, let's talk about fire. The next thing that humanity learned about was fire. Fire that was used to cook food and prepare dishes for people to eat and to warm their caves. After that, they learned how to draw pictures on the walls of caves. That was humanity's learning number 3. After that, they learned to plant crops and become agriculturalists after killing all of the Neanderthals. Hi, Running Fox. I'm writing down everything humanity learned so far in history, up to this point, not counting tomorrow. We're at cave paintings right now. Thing number 4 that humanity has learned: how to count and eat berries that they have gathered. You know, what I've long recommended is that we start framing absolutely everything through the frame of hunter-gatherer. So, for example, let's say you wonder if you want to go to Popeyes for dinner or whether you want to go to Burger King or whatever. Ask yourself, what would a hunter-gatherer do? And that should be your answer. See, Rachel and I just went to Popeyes for dinner, and there's something very strange about Popeyes. Hi, Karma's Pimp. Hi, Sork. Hi, Running Fox. You 3, I see you there in the chat. I acknowledge you. I welcome you. I greet you with proverbial open arms, but literally I'm not actually going to move my arms. Popeye's chicken is so good, but there's something wrong with this. Either this Popeye's near my house or Popeye's in general, okay? Every time we go there, hi, Zandy, we're talking Popeye's chicken. I got a couple big questions about Popeyes, by the way. A couple big issues here. Number 1, why, Popeyes, why are you always running out of chicken sandwiches? What in the world's going on with your company? It seems like every time Rachel and I go there after like 3 in the afternoon, they're already out of chicken sandwiches. Like, is it that difficult to get enough chicken sandwiches in your restaurant for one day? Not only are they out of chicken sandwiches, but as usual, when you go there late in the evening, they go, okay, so if you want to order food, you can get tenders, but if you want to order 5, it's gonna have to be 3 extra spicy and 2 mild because that's all we have left. It's like it's like Popeyes. You should change your motto to Louisiana Lame. See what I'm saying? Thanks, Running Fox. Bless you too. And may the Lord bless you as well. No, they weren't rude. It was very strange. The way it played out tonight was this. They didn't have any chicken sandwiches, of course. So I said, can I get chicken tenders then? Because I don't want the bones, I don't want to deal with the bones. So I said, well, we only have mild. I said, that's fine. That's what we want anyway. We want 2 orders of mild. And they said, okay, what size do you want? And I go, we don't have fries, by the way. Of course you don't. Of course you don't have fries. And I said, okay, well, I'll get mashed potatoes then. And Rachel's like, well, just give me an extra biscuit. And he's like, okay. Then we get up to the window, and guess what? He says, we didn't have enough mild, so we had to give you one of the orders is spicy. But don't worry, they're not that spicy. Remember, at the ordering box, he had told me they didn't have anything but mild. Yeah, well, Jeff Shaw, we're covering everything that humanity has learned up until this point. So I got distracted by my discussion of Popeye's chicken, but prior to that, I was at cave painting, I believe. We'd gone into our agriculture already, actually. We've also learned how to rotate crops. Crop rotation was a huge thing that we learned a long time ago. So anyway, the question I had in the car on the way home from Popeyes drive-thru was this, and it's a pretty important question. Was Popeyes originally a franchise that was themed after Popeye, like Popeye and Bluto and olive oil, and then they rebranded themselves as Louisiana Fresh? Or is Popeyes Louisiana Fresh because there's, some guy in Louisiana who started this chicken business named Popeye. He's like, I'm Popeye Jackson in my chicken store. Is it like that kind of Popeyes, or is it like I just eat my spinach kind of Popeyes, Well, the thing is, Jeff Shaw, I would agree with you, but my theory here, my hypothesis is really what it is. It's not even that. It's more like a speculation. My speculation here is that maybe they rebranded at some point when they realized that Popeye as a character wasn't really bringing in a lot of chicken eating business. It's like among the chicken eating demographic, those who are motivated to eat more chicken by the presence of the character Popeye is a small segment of that population. You have some basic advice for my channel? Fantastic. That's my favorite thing in the world. It's like when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, gosh, I hope a bunch of people come in today when I'm live streaming and tell me what I should do differently. I love that so much. I do want to hear your basic advice for my channel. I was already saying go into the room, right? Forgot. All right, here I come, Dave Sanderson. It's going to be pretty exciting in a moment because you're going to be face to face with the actual real host, Eric, right here. Is that really you? Yeah, it is. It's me. Hi, everybody. It's really me.
Hey.
Hi, David Sanderson. How's it going?
It's going good.
What's your basic advice?
I have just a few things. Let's see. I think that later, probably near the beginning of next year at least, should probably find a better place to stream. Not that you're doing anything wrong now, but in terms of the background, currently you just have a green, a green screen. Mm-hmm. It's pretty minimalistic. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know if it negatively affects your appeal, but
wouldn't it be easier to use the software and project something on the green screen than move my location?
I don't know.
I mean, the reason I picked this location is because there's a big enough space behind me that I can, if I position everything properly, have nothing but green screen behind me, and then, in theory, do videos accordingly. The problem is, right now, I felt like YouTubing. What didn't I feel like doing? I didn't feel like, setting shit up, and, if you're going to have the green screen work properly, really, you got to get it lit properly. And the lighting of these things is a bit of a challenge because the odd thing about a green screen situation is you got to light the green screen, not you. And if there's shadows on the green screen, then you get this weird fuzziness thing. It takes a little bit of, teeing to get it right. And the other issue is, well, let's say I got all the lights set up perfectly and everything. The problem is then I end up having to move them depending on where I put them because I need to put this bed down too. And it's not like I have an infinite number of good possible spaces to record from because I also have to position myself close to the TV where I can see what's going on, the big TV. So it's going to be somewhere in here. So it's not really like this is a bad spot to live stream from. It's that It's that I'm not using the green screen very frequently. I should probably use it more often. Like earlier, I regretted not using the software because Delilah showed up. But in this instance, I even thought to myself beforehand, like, do you want to learn from earlier and where you kicked yourself for not using the software and use the software this time? And I said no, because she's not going to show up now, and there's no any reason to. But then, of course, you could argue that it's always a good idea to care about aesthetics and stuff, and that I'm just being I'm sacrificing too much for convenience, Welcome to Popeyes. How can I help you? I gotta mute here so I don't get copyrighted. My bad. I was still muted. Anyway, you know what that video is titled? As I was saying, is titled "How Popeyes Be Training They Employees."
How Popeyes
be training they employees.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah, how Popeyes be training they employees. No, the service was polite enough, I guess. It was just everything seems shockingly incompetent. Like when they tell you at the ordering box that they don't have anything but mild tenders, so you don't order anything spicy on the tenders. Okay, fine. I just want mild anyway, so give me 2 miles. And you get to the front window, and they tell you, sorry, we didn't have enough miles to fill your order, so we had to give you, 1 order of miles and 1 order of spicy. You think, okay, is this bizarre world? I mean, you just told me you didn't have any spicy, And then, like at the end, he says, I put 2 mashed potatoes in your bag. And at this point, since the whole conversation heretofore has been about, so what kind of sauce would you like? Keeping in mind we don't have honey or mia, right? So everything heretofore has been about this. So when he says to me at the end, I put 2 mashed potatoes in your bag, I'm not sure what to take away from that. I'm like, does that mean he decided to, even though Rachel said an extra biscuit, he decided sort of unilaterally that we didn't really want an extra biscuit. We wanted mashed potatoes. I thought that was a possible interpretation of it. But it turned out that I think he just gave us an extra mashed potatoes to be like, sorry, we're so incompetent or something. I just don't understand how Popeyes can do such a poor job of planning how many chicken sandwiches they need. It's not like this is a one-time thing. This is like every fucking day. At some point, somebody in management should go, guys, hold on, call an emergency meeting. I got a brilliant idea. We should order more chicken sandwiches and deliver them to the restaurants so they don't run out every day. Wait, did you hear what Bob just said? This could revolutionize the chicken industry. So anyway, I want to know about Popeyes. I want to know if if the Popeyes franchise began as a way of exploiting the character Popeye to maximize chicken intake from their Popeye-loving chicken consumption demographic. Popeyes chicken. Why is Popeyes chicken called Popeyes? Why is Popeyes chicken called Popeyes? Correct. Alvin C. Copeland Sr. opens Chicken on the Run in the New Orleans suburb of Arabi, serving traditional Southern fried chicken. After several months of lackluster performance, he reopens the business as Popeyes after Popeye Doyle of the French Connection. This time he sells spicy New Orleans style chicken, and the brand takes off. Ha cha cha cha. So in other words, it's after Popeye Doyle of the French Connection. It's not Popeye of Popeye and olive oil fame. Jimmy Popeye Doyle. Oh, it's played by this guy. This hard-nosed. He always plays the character of the hard-nosed dick. You know, the hard-nosed private dick. I'm Jimmy Popeye Doyle. It's Gene Hackman. Oh, it's Gene Hackman who plays him. Interesting. Everybody likes Gene Hackman. Popeye's Chicken and Biscuit founder Al Copeland claimed that he named his fast food chain after Popeye Doyle. Al Copeland. I don't. Oh, Al Copeland, you're the an entrepreneur who created many successful restaurants, huh? Congratulations on your success, Al Copeland, including, but not limited to, Popeye's Chicken. We keep going there despite their myriad failures, so they must be doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jeff Shaw, it's not just a good name. It's a literal description of what you're getting in this live stream. A complete accounting of every piece of knowledge that humanity has accumulated from the beginning of time until now. It's a pretty impressive accomplishment for a live stream. It doesn't happen just accidentally. It's taken years and years, decades of preparation on my part to prepare for this live stream. Right now, we're just warming up. We're just stretching our legs. But pretty soon, you're going to start hearing a litany of knowledge that will just blow your mind.
But can you condense all that information into a single live stream?
I can do better than that, David Sanderson. I can condense it all down into a single word. I can name that of human history in one word. You know what that word is?
What's the word?
Magic.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. It's all magic. Each of the turtles that stretches from here all the way down is entirely made of magic.
I thought you were going to go NIFE for a second. I didn't know you were going to go NEFI on me.
I mean, yeah, I think Greetings Wisdom has got it right there, David Sanderson. It's not just any old magic. It's spelled with a K.
Oh, magic.
Yeah, that makes it more mystical. Just like the football player, Eric, whatever his last name was, his name, Eric, his fundamental base name of Eric is made more magical by two factors. One, it begins with a D apostrophe. And then two, instead of ending with a C or a K, it ends with a Q. Now, I like to picture mom and dad sitting around the kitchen table. Mom, 8 or 9 months pregnant. And that moment of satisfaction when they realize this is it. This is the name for our child. D apostrophe E-R-I-Q to Eric. That must have been a great moment for them when they, when the NIFE truth of it, this is so much fancier than regular Eric, hit them. And they said, bingo, I am blessing my child with this name.
Excellent.
They weren't afraid of just, they're not naturally, we're talking about Chinese people, and it's a bit of a stereotype. The Chinese people name themselves like that, but they weren't afraid of playing into the stereotype. They said, fuck no. We are who we are. I respect that. So, Karma's Pimp, your son's going to be famous when he needs a fancy name? Okay, so here's what I want you to do. The key thing to do is this. You take a regular name. Let's say Thomas, okay? You're going to add one de, one le, or la. You could add a da or a de or a le or a la or both, okay? And then you're going to change one of the regular letters to an unusual version of that. So, for example, De La Thomas with a Z at the end would be how you make it more fancy. Okay. You could also include the name, the middle name, Dijon mustard, because everybody knows that's the most fancy kind of mustard. If you really want to get pimping, you can call your kid Grey Poupon. My son's name is Grey Poupon de la Thomas with a Z Jackson. I've always said that if I have a son, I'm going to name him Catastrophe 8 Ball. I think that really is possibly the greatest name you could name a child. Catastrophe.
How do you spell that?
Catastrophe. It's like catastrophe, but with a law. And then 8 Ball is the numeral 8 hyphen ball. Catastrophe 8 Ball. It's it really says, hey, I'm here. Pay attention to me. Yes. Catastrophe. It could be, if there were a third name in there besides 8 Ball, it could be l'apostrophe as well. So it could be Catastrophe, l'apostrophe. So they're both a catastrophe and an apostrophe. And then you still have 8 Ball in there, Catastrophe, l'apostrophe, 8 Ball Jackson is a good name for a child. Or, Rennie Fox's name is great too. Sir Grey Poupon Lancelot Theodore Alexandrus. But with a Z at the end, Rennie Fox, not an S. Okay, that would be a pretty great name, yeah. Catastrophe, l'apostrophe, 8 Ball Jackson, you get your ass over here. Mama, why'd you call me Catastrophe, l'apostrophe, 8 Ball Jackson? I'm woke, that's why. That's why I named you that. We are a very woke Ivy League family. Because of our wokeness, it's like there's this like lily white rich girl, and her parents she happened to be born right at the peak of the Black Lives Matter hysteria thing, and so her parents named her Catastrophe, l'apostrophe, 8 Ball. Just to show how woke they were, and she ended up resenting them for it. And they called her racist. The rest is history. What would his nickname be? Tass.
Nice.
Yeah, Tass.
That's a good nickname.
Yo, Tass, what up? Get over here. I gotta show you something. What? Look at these pogs I got.
Would be like a rapper.
Yeah, he's an athlete first and foremost, but he raps on the side. He's not really a good rapper, but he thinks he is. He figures because he's good at sports, he must be good at rapping. Hambo's gonna name his kid
ESTJ or an ESFJ.
Okay. I'm not sure what he is, but I really like Hambo's possible name as well. DeQuanza Lompetition Bones with a Z. I think that's a really Lompetition is a fantastic name. I would put an apostrophe after the L maybe in Lompetition. It seems to need a apostrophe more than say Catastrophe does, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, although I would even say Dizaquan would be preferable to Dequanza. Dizaquan, Lompetition Bones with Z is an excellent name. I don't think anybody can dispute that. I also thought a good celebrity name, as I mentioned before, would be Woke Biscuit. So it sounds like, if Drew Barrymore has a late child or adopts one late, and let's say she's decided to get with, for some reason, Rob Schneider, they've decided to become a couple and adopt somebody, and they will name their child Woke Biscuit. And later on, the kid will change his own name and he'll call himself something like Santiago, because one of the two parents has a Latino aunt or something, or purportedly does. You could spell it Wouke, Woke Biscuit, Buzzkid. That's possible. Louis XVII reminds us, don't forget the twins, Lawasha and Ladrya. It's good stuff. That's hilarious. Okay, so enough comedy jokes. My daughter told me today that she was very pleased with the name that I named her, Delilah. Made me happy. Made me think, hey, look at you, Eric. You're a good father. You didn't pick a stupid name for your daughter. You didn't name her Woke Biscuit. Congratulations.
Didn't name her what Elon Musk's named his own.
Oh my God. Speaking of Elon Musk, if anybody wants to hear a song of an ENTP just schooling the living fuck out of Elon Musk, there's a song with this ENTP girl that, she's got to be, that Delilah introduced me to today. It's a great song. It's another song that she was introduced to with like this weird, like pitched down excerpt on TikTok, but she found the original, and then oh my God, though, it's like, I don't know. I would say yes, it's got to be intentionally designed to school Elon Musk, because I don't understand how it could be so effective at doing so otherwise. But let me find the song for everybody. Gonna be all the way at the bottom of this, right? It's a song called "Rat" by Penelope Scott. Penelope Scott. I'll put the link here. It's like, okay, it's a kind of song that guaranteed this girl gets a lot of hate, okay? Because this song is so like clever and snappy, and I can just feel everybody hating her because it works so well, and yet it's also kind of like, well, I mean, there's a quality of ENTPs that evokes like, I hate you, and this girl has this quality, but I love this song because she pulls it off so beautifully, and it's fantastic. People can hate on it all they want. She wins. She totally wins, and I like that. I'm going to mute briefly so I can listen to it again. I'm going to put it here in the autonomy room for me and David Sanderson. Thank you for your patience. I had to avoid the copyright thing. Anyway, these lines here where she says, so fuck your tunnels, fuck your cars, fuck your rockets, fuck your cars again. You promised you'd be Tesla, but you're just another Edison, is possibly the greatest couplet I've ever read. It's so fantastically perfect. And it explains everything you need to know. What I've always been saying about Elon Musk. Boy, he sure has a shit ton of people fooled, doesn't he? It's like everyone's like, "Oh, he's such a genius" or whatever. I want to point something out, guys. Electric cars, not a new idea. Not an idea. Spaceships, not an idea. Big tunnels, not an idea. None of those things are ideas. Obviously. It's just like, why are people thinking this guy's so smart? He doesn't have any ideas. Those things aren't ideas. Those are products. Flamethrower, that's not an idea. That's a product. So, I mean, that ENTP chick who I don't know, maybe she went out with him or maybe she's a metaphor for something, or I don't know what the story behind it is, but she says everything that like NTPs have to say about that shit. It's just like, fuck your rockets, fuck your cars, fuck your tunnels, fuck your cars again. You promised you'd be Tesla, but you're just another Edison. And you're not even that, you know? It's so satisfying. It's like, the glorious triumph of NETI over TE is so juicy. She does. You know, she's definitely an ENTP. I hear a lot of They Might Be Giants in her music, and she definitely has a similar kind of favoring of certain kinds of melodies to me. And that is just the whole thing, start to finish. Brilliant lyrics. I don't necessarily agree with every back of it. It has a frame of reference that makes me pissed off immediately when she's like, you know, it's so entitled to be like, we're worse or as bad as any church or whatever, that kind of stuff. It's so coastal and its frame of reference that it makes me want to go like, pew, pew, pew. Yeah, Eric, an electric car must still be subjected to the efficiency standards of a Carnot engine. I mean, I am not disputing the fact, Jeff Shaw, that Elon Musk successfully made electric cars.
Yeah, I've always been kind of skeptical of Elon, but my dad's like an ENTJ. He really likes Elon, but you know, I've always been like at least a little bit skeptical because, you know, he claims that he's going to get us to Mars in like the mid 2020s or something like that, and it's like,
I mean, he's proof of the power of NITE. You know, when you say you're going to get shit done, you're confident, you seem to have a clear plan about it, and then you get at least some of that shit done. People go, hey, this guy seems to, you know, he sees how easy stuff to get done is that other people go impossible to get done. True. Okay. Note that that's not intelligence, cleverness, creativity, genius of any sort. That's effectiveness. But he's given credit for being some sort of revolutionary genius. He's nothing at all of the sort. You know, it's not a bad idea to build a big tunnel in LA, but it's about as clever as Trump's big wall at the border. It's like, okay, NI tool function. Boy, are you like unnuanced. You know, there's a lot of ways to deal with traffic. A giant tunnel, it certainly feels like the first idea he came up with. You know? There's There's so many better ways to deal with traffic that you could imagine. So many other manners of accomplishing similar things. Why would you just go with big tunnel? Well, I've said in the past, David Berlinski is an example of somebody I think is really smart. I mean, I think a lot of people are very smart, smarter than me, but I think we make a mistake in conflating effectiveness with intelligence, So I'm not claiming I'm some sort of super genius. I am saying that Elon Musk is being credited for the wrong thing.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, he's not stupid, but
No, he's not.
I don't know if he's not a genius.
Right.
I don't think
he's not an innovative genius in terms of ideas of stuff. He's an innovative, or not really. He's a genius at seeing how easy it is to get past barriers, and then doing so. The thing is, a lot of people get stuck at the prospect of barriers right away before they even get any further than that. They go, okay, look, this sounds really difficult. I don't want to undertake it. There's something about being SI polar that makes you go, I can't imagine how the experience will be dreadful and take a long time and unpleasant. So I'll just go with my NI understanding of how it'll work, Elon Musk is the most famous and successful South African in the world. I would say the most famous and successful African in the world is the Nile River. Okay. What did I type Elon Musk as? He seems like an ENTJ to me. Why do we want to go to Mars? What's the advantage? What are we going to do there? Do we want to go to Mars because up there aren't any COVID restrictions? Because that's a good reason. But Javed Safe says, wow, clear NTP. You mean Elon Musk? I mean, if you think so, then that's what you think, I guess. It's like, at that point, I go, okay, I'd have to start at the beginning. I don't want to bother. I'm an ENTP. Charlize Theron was the first African to win an Academy Award. Start at the end. You're wrong. Yeah. I had a vision you were streaming, so I typed your name. Your vision came true, or was in fact prophetic, if it occurred prior to my beginning the stream.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. We want to go to Mars because we can, because people would pay to go to Mars. Commercial space flight would be a gold mine. So, okay, well, fair enough. That's fine, Marge. I mean, if it's purely for tourism purposes, the experience of it, the ability to say that we've done it, etc., fine. But if the idea is, well, we're gonna establish colonies there and colonize it and stuff, I mean, I think that's probably a little unrealistic, even if we extend the time frame quite a bit. Did I watch the 8 ENTPs video on YouTube?
8 ENTPs? Wonder what that looks like.
I mean, I don't know. Javed Safe asked me, did I watch the 8 ENTPs video on YouTube? So, I mean, the thing about this kind of question, right, is clearly he's saying, hey, you might be wrong about your type, or you might be wrong about, Musk type, or blah, blah, blah. I'm assuming this is like your first encounter with talking to famous people or something. I don't know. Eric, I'm a predictive genius. I have successfully predicted on about 99% of days whether or not you will do a live stream. Well, that's pretty easy to do. If you predict yes, you'll be right about 99% of the time. You want to know my idea on the video? I have not seen it, I don't think. I'm not sure which video you're talking about.
I'm not sure either.
I suspect if they say 8 ENTPs, if it's 8 people who are live and they're all ENTPs purportedly, that probably most of them or some of them are not. If it's a video that says, here are 8 celebrity ENTPs, then maybe it got it right, maybe it didn't. I don't know. I've got a fair number of videos myself about ENTPs, being one myself.
8 ENTP subtypes?
Oh, I don't believe in subtypes of that sort. I would say. So I am going to say that there are no cognitive function subtypes, that there are, in fact, differences between individuals of the same type, because mostly it's because of Enneagram considerations. So there's no reason to consider subtypes being meaningful at all in cognitive functions, since the nature of a stack is such that it's configurally, definitionally, what it is and what it means because of how this precludes that, etc. So it's not meaningful to say like, oh, Eric's an any subtype of an ENTP. That's silly, because all ENTPs have the same cognitive function stack, and just because I display more extroverted intuition to person B in situations Z or whatever, there's no reason to call me any kind of subtype. I've displayed examples of every kind of possibly perceived subtype of ENTP, and I am none of them except just a regular ENTP. Does Enneagram have any mechanics? It's just merely a way of describing habitual attitudes towards 3 core fears. I don't try to defend it logically and say, look, this is a system that we ought to take as something beyond metaphor or whatever, because I'm not sure how to go about defending it, but it feels intuitively correct to me to say people are built around or somehow incorporate in a significant way 3 core fears, which are to say, or 3 core negative emotions, which are to say fear, anger, and shame. It makes sense to me that people have 3 basic strategies and ways of dealing with each of those, because the mechanics are, I guess there are some mechanics, that it's that for each of these matters, you can either confront, withdraw, or avoid. So for me, my Enneagram type is avoidant, confrontational, and avoidant. I go avoid, confront, avoid. And that's one good way of thinking about Enneagram is I'm an ENTP who avoids, confronts, avoids, which is to say I'm an ENTP who likes to play all day long, and if I can avoid not playing, if I can avoid work and avoid cleaning up, I will. If I'm compelled to stop playing, I'll usually get mad about it first, and then I will, if continue to be harassed, I will avoid again by saying, well, I'm my own self, and fuck you and your social mores anyway. I'm 784, which is called the messenger type.
That's cool.
Which I believe to be the same Enneagram type as Rachel, but obviously we play out very differently because she's an INFJ and I'm an ENTP. And I think my daughter's Enneagram type, because we talked about that earlier, is 728, which is the so-called free spirit.
Free spirit, huh?
Yeah. 2, okay. So 3 is confront, 2 is withdraw, 4 is avoid. And bone. Should I speak up at some point and make mention that I have absolutely no clue what the 2 or 4 letters mean and originally assumed it has something to do with the periodic table? Maybe. That might help a little bit. The obviously the functions are represented by those 2-letter things, extroverted intuition, NE. You know, I think that the unfortunate thing about cognitive functions in part is the naming of them. So the way they're named causes a lot of confusion. To call extroverted intuition, extroverted intuition, and introverted intuition, introverted intuition implies they're both kinds of intuition. But really, extroverted intuition is not a kind of intuition. Intuition has a meaning, and it means collapsing, disparate clues into a singular answer or some variant of that. And as a consequence, I wish that extroverted intuition were simply called ideation, introverted intuition called intuition, SI called experiential knowledge, TE called dynamic solvency, FE called dynamic engagement, or something like that, so that they're really named less confusingly than they are. Because, somebody goes, well, I don't think I'm an extroverted intuitor because I don't seem to have a lot of conventional understanding of the conventional form of intuition. I just seem to come up with random shit. That's not intuition, right? I mean, you can see how it would be. It's immediately confusing, at least on that one and on a couple of the other ones. Well, when I say extrovert intuition is not intuition, Javid safe, I mean, in the colloquial sense, when we talk about somebody having good intuition, we're talking about somebody like Sherlock Holmes who's intuiting an answer from a bunch of clues. So what I'm saying is that extroverted intuition doesn't do that. And so by every normal understanding of the word intuition, it should be called something else. The intuition is, in fact, a word that refers to a kind of knowledge, not a kind of generative behavior. Extroverted intuition is generative, creative, ideational, but it begins with SI and SE stuff. Its sources aren't really intuition per se.
FI is logic, feelings logic.
Yeah. Flogic. So Flogic will tell you, the best example I have of Flogic is when one time there was Sauce was around here and we were talking and making a video or live streaming or something. I don't remember exactly what we were doing. And he kept saying like as a filler word too frequently for my taste. And I wanted him to stop doing so. But I concurrently wanted to make sure that he didn't get his feelings hurt. In other words, that if I were going to talk to him about it, maybe I wouldn't want to talk to him about it in front of everybody, or otherwise try to cushion the correction on that, even though it was annoying me. I wanted to worry about. I was worried somewhat about how he'd experience it. That's Flogic. It's trying to manage those kind of complicated interfaces of non-exclusive emotions. Yes, these chats will. I have chat replay enabled. Yes, if that's what you mean by will these comments remain here. Goodbye, Javid. Javid doesn't want his comments remaining here, I think. You can always remove them. You have the power to do so for as long as you are here. Or maybe afterwards, too. I don't know. You have the power to remove your words. And Hoter will upload this video later so you could comment and the thread could be continued also. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I upload it later. It's that it automatically publishes after I'm done the stream. Rename the rest of them. Which ones didn't I do? FI? FI would be, you'd say calculation of non-exclusives. TI is calculation of exclusives. SE is, well, I mean, it's like when things aren't subject to binary logics, that is to say, there's no exclusivity, things aren't definitionally constrained such that, like, I can't both be the tallest and shortest person in a group unless I'm the only person in the group, right? So that's exclusive kind of logic. Whereas I can be both sad and happy at the same time, and I can have to calculate competing emotions and find things where one is not zero sum. So like in the instance where I talked about Sauce and him saying like too frequently, the correct conclusion didn't decide one thing ought to be prioritized maximally over the other. It didn't say, okay, so I've thought about it and logically his feelings don't matter here and I should just say it and bust his chops to put a stop to it right now, and then overall that's the most net benefit for everybody, blah 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 blah, right? Like that's an exclusive kind of calculation where it's zero sum and or definitionally impossible or something like that. It's a mapping kind of of calculation. Whereas the reality calculation, it's not subject to that. It's people often feel conflicted emotions and they have to calculate things. And sometimes they only get one thing, but oftentimes they can't. It's like I'm fond of saying to FI people, you can't have your cake and eat it too. And then somehow they have a way of like presenting some weird third manifestation that somehow gives them what they want, even though it doesn't make any sense. And you go, okay, well, I guess you could sort of have your cake and eat it too if you do it like that, but that's just like, okay, stop. That's my take on it. But they have that. FI people want their cake and eat it too. And they think it's okay to want their cake and eat it too. And they think it's okay to be mad when they can't have it.
Right. Yeah, so I live with two people who have FIs, their tool function.
So sorry.
Sounds pretty descriptive.
I am so sorry to hear
An
that.
ESFP and an ENFP, which is my dad's girlfriend, which I'm staying over here for a month and then I'm going back over there with my ESFP brother. And
guys, who's buying the consolation card for David Sanderson? We're going to send him a card. We are so sorry for your ongoing suffering and awful circumstance. Please accept these heartfelt condolences on the absence of TI in your life. Somebody buying that card right now? Somebody run to the store, to the CVS to get that card? I'm waiting for them to get back. We'll sign it. We'll send it to you, David Sanderson. Don't worry. We'll also send cards to your ESFPs and ENFPs saying, hey, we're watching you. Okay. That should make things easier for you. Rename SE. SE is the relentless taskmaster. Apparently, Legends Fall. I don't know what to call SE. Impact. Making shit happen, mixing shit up a bit, rocking the boat, kicking the anthill, stabbing your mom in the face. it's all those things. Let's see here. What tips would you give to FI tools and myself, which leads with it? Well, I mean, the thing is, my tips to FI tool users would be ignored immediately and just countervalued. For FI DOMs, you guys are the ones who typically give me tips. Oh, Eric, after 4 years, I finally agree on your assessment that I'm an ISTP. Hooray! I've been worrying about that continuously for the last 4 years. I've been thinking, I can't believe that guy back then, he didn't agree with me when I said he was an ISTP, when he clearly was. And now, 4 years later, finally, I get my vindication. I told you so. I totally told you so. Like that. I'm glad that you think I was right. If I typed you 4 years ago, I don't have much faith in my own typing of you, so anymore. Yeah. But whatever.
When did you first learn about the functions?
About 6 or 7 years ago. I started doing the old YouTuberooing, and I made one video about cognitive functions, and it just did better than the other ones because it's what's called an evergreen topic on YouTube. And I thought, okay, well, I'll make more videos on that since that one does better. And because my first video on cognitive functions was like this. It was like, okay, so I'm an ENTP, which means according to this cognitive function thing I just found out about, I've got, extroverted intuition, introverted thinking. It was like that. It wasn't like I was lecturing on the subject. I was like, ooh, I just found this cool new thing that I had never heard of before. So after that, I started actually making more and more videos about it and learning a lot about it. And of course, in the process, unavoidably, I ran afoul of conflicting informations all over the place. Well, what is this? Is it this or this? I read over here, it says this. Over here, it says this. What's correct? I don't know. So I figured, well, okay, this is wrong. This is wrong. I'm going to have to sort of, it's like everybody's got all these, it's like somebody poured all the puzzle pieces out in the room, and a bunch of kids all went in there and they sort of smushed together their own little puzzles. None of them are right, and none of them seem to get that it's a puzzle to put together. It's not a sculpture that you're making, right? So I tried to break it down and put the puzzle together properly, and I got it wrong. And I tried again, I got it wrong again. The third time, the key thing was I got it right because I recognized the four fields and the capacity to have the need for, especially, and capacity to have a prime directive, and then the directionality of information just sort of incidentally kind of fell into place there. The valuings, the absolute and the instrumental values, were an important way to figure out what was wrong with things in socionics. Mostly, it was like they keep saying this is unvalued and this is but it doesn't seem quite right. But there does seem to be something about valuing here. Once I figured it, because with debate, of course, we're very accustomed to dealing in terms of which things are instrumental and which things are absolute. In other words, what's an impact, what's a warrant? And among impacts, which is part of a cumulative impact pile that you're going to claim comprises the totality of voter, and which things comprise a voter in and of themselves. Those are questions that are key to debate. So it's underlying my approach to the question of what I'm doing here, Let's see here. I am looking at the chat for interesting comments, questions, concerns, complaints, queries, and or querulous quandaries of quick quivers that I can read aloud and either throw at David Sanderson. David Sanderson, tell me, what do you think? Or answer my self-spinning. Let's see here. What tips would you give to FI tool users, Dave Sanderson?
Well, it's FI tool users.
Yeah. ENFPs, ESFPs.
That's tricky.
Alex Rodriguez says, what tips would you give to them? And also, he's an FI Dom. Are there any thoughts you have for FI Doms?
Well, I mean, the tip that I would give is probably not a very good one, but I would tell them to crack open maybe a book on logic every once in a while.
Yeah.
And just read through a little bit of it.
I
don't know.
I don't know if it would do much good. I had a really interesting experience today where
maybe you have to get through the TE.
I think you got to get to them somehow in the way that I was gotten to today a bit. So it's like I was talking here on the live stream. There was Delilah and Rachel and MC McPhee and a bunch of other women around, and the subject of abortion comes up, and my tool function is very clear on the matter. TI is very clear that, look, it just is what it is. Here where the good arguments are, and here are where the bad arguments are, and it's just cut and dry. But I wanted to. I know Delilah and Rachel both feel very strongly about the issue, and a lot of women do, and that it can prompt a lot of upsettedness, even if I'm not even clearly stating any given position on the matter. If I'm just saying, well, this is how we should address thinking about it, people get very already because they don't think it's a matter that should be open for discussion anymore, whatever side you're on. So I had to sort of argue through a frame of reference that incorporated things that run afoul of TI a lot in order to be kind of complete in delivering my. On the other hand, maybe you could think of it like this, which is not something that I was very accustomed to doing. Like, well, if you wanted to avoid the TI issues entirely, you could try to justify meow. Yeah, well, it's not that I didn't want to talk about it. It's just that I knew that that Delilah definitely didn't want to talk about it, and that Rachel gets her hackles up in anticipation when it comes up. A lot of people do. A lot of people have a strong emotional response to that topic. Alex Rodriguez says, I feel I developed my logic muscle pretty well by focusing on NI and SE. Helps with not feeling fucked all the time. Do you otherwise feel fucked all the time as an FI dom? Like you're always being fucked over? Are you an ISFP or an INFP? Kitty, 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 kitty. Are we going to be playing in and out kitty all night? You want some food, huh? Okay, here. I got some food for you. I got some food for you right there, buddy. Eat up. Eat that with your little kitty mouth.
Eric, I think you would actually like Xavier Renegade Angel. Pretty funny.
What is Xavier Renegade Angel?
So it's basically it was written by ENTPs about this guy who basically is like a shamanic figure, and he's an ENFP. And so he's always saying a bunch of really dumb stuff, but it's still funny because it still like makes sense in a way that's like, you know, like there's a lot of NETI there.
Yeah.
But Xavier doesn't have NETI. But it's hilarious because of like, you know, all the plays on words and like, you know, the metaphors and stuff they link together in just like, you know, really interesting ways. It's got a lot of it's like taking one idea and meshing them together and like kind of condensing them down in a way. It's really metaphorical. It's kind of hard to follow along with. It's simultaneously deep and fast-paced, and it's, you know.
Oh my God, dude! I said exactly the same thing about your mom's face last night. Simultaneously deep and fast-paced. What a coincidence. Eric, I require validation on my advice for FI users. Also, I could use advice on requiring validation. No, listen, you're right. You do require validation, and the best way to express that is to simply say, I require validation. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? After all, if you said something worth validating, then it really needs to be paid attention to and validated. What he says is, advice for FI, first or second. Sit down and write an entire page of text titled, Everything I Believe in. Don't get up until you finish writing. I would add to that advice, though, when you are done with that, fold that paper, and on top of that paper, write things I'm probably wrong about. And there you go. You're done.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm. Now, about the mouse. Yes, we had a mouse in the house the other day because Kitty brought it in and didn't kill it or injure it enough even to hobble it, and so it got away from her and then got behind some stuff where she couldn't get at it, and then all of a sudden we had a mouse in here. And so what happened was this. I saw it later in the evening walk over from over there into this room over here, and at that point what I did is I moved this couch out of the way so I could close this door, which I did, and I put this board under the door so the mouse couldn't come in underneath the door, and I opened that door. I didn't actually see the mouse leave the house, but I'm fairly confident the mouse did leave because there was no way to come back into this part, and the door was open, so if it wanted to get out, it was easy for it to get out. So I think it's probably gone now. But I'm glad that the mouse was not killed or injured too badly. It makes me very sad when Kitty kills lizards and mice and stuff and birds especially. It's like, come on, Kitty. Why you gotta be such a killer? It makes me project my human morality onto you. Let's see here. I was on personality database, and a lot, if not most, of the criminals were labeled ISTP or ISFP. I mean, Look, I wouldn't trust a lot of stuff you see on the internet about personality type. Okay, first of all, how in the world do people know whether most criminals are ISFPs or ISTPs or not? It's just some intuitive notion that somebody's presenting as fact. Now, if you were to say, well, no, they do research. Well, do I trust their typing? No. Whoever did the typing, I don't trust their typing because they almost certainly did it wrong. And if you're saying, well, they talked about certain famous criminals and they were typing each of these historical figures like Bonnie and Clyde and stuff, well, it's more or less impossible to type somebody with any high degree of certainty without actually having a conversation with them and being able to ask follow-up questions and push on some spots and tug on some other spots and so forth. I do sometimes. I'll type historical figures, I'll type characters and stuff. I didn't really used to, but Rachel likes it, so it's fine for me to do. I mean, it's like, if it makes Rachel happy, great, no problem. I'd be happy to type your celebrities that you want me to type, Rachel. That's totally fine. However, I still maintain my basic position that it's mostly speculative, just kind of not really worth putting any weight in, guesstimate at best. Yeah. Is anything or anyone to be trusted? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I firmly assert that I'm trustworthy. I totally trust Rachel. I trust my dad to be my dad. I mean, it's like, do I trust him to be influenced by my NI? No, but I trust him to be my dad. People, there's a lot of trusting. Everything in life requires trust, basically. Anything good. It's like I had a weird experience earlier tonight. So this guy I talked to a couple of times. He asked me advice about something going on in his life, and it's, I guess, you'd say a business thing. Fairly substantial kind of business thing. It's just, at some point in the conversation, I was like, keep in mind, this is asking me all this advice about stuff. Keep in mind, I'm like a broke 14-year-old living at home here in my dad's house. I mean, 50 or whatever, but, I may talk fancy, but remember who you're dealing with here. It's very strange to find myself having my opinion and thoughts about stuff sought out about significant matters, despite the fact that I'm still the same me I've ever been. I've always been. I've always felt like that no matter what. I've always felt like a 14-year-old kid who was either gonna get in trouble soon, or it's like it didn't matter at what point in my professional life or anything, whether I was at the peak of my success as a debate coach professionally, making good money or not. I always felt the same way, which is I felt like a 14-year-old kid who I never felt like I've never felt like an adult, not in any meaningful sense. And to have these people who are clearly full blast adults, it does not all the time. It isn't something that's super frequent, but it's happened on more than one occasion with more than one client where I've got people who are highly successful, like surgeons or whatever, and are asking me advice about significant life issues, and it trips me out because it's like, they're asking me questions about significant life issues. I'm giving them, I believe, very good advice, but I'm also living in the back house of my dad's smoking bong rips, right? It's like, it's a weird kind of funny thing to have happen to you. Because, of course, when you're 4, like I am, you decide at some point in your life that my strategy towards shame is the following. I don't need to achieve on your standards. I'm an individual. I don't care about your standards. Since I'm gonna fail to achieve on your standards, I don't care about them anyway. So that's the whole attitude, right? Sometime early in life, I internalized that deep, and I still identify as that, regardless of what my circumstances are or as they change or whatever. My identity identifies fundamentally as the person who is going to fail to help to meet your standards, who is going to not be very helpful, and who is going to have to try to feel good about himself anyway. That's a 4, and that's, I guess, probably the source of the dissonance here, cognitive dissonance, or whatever you want to call it, to the extent that that's what this represents. Kind of cool, kind of weird. You've been on strike since age 15. What are your demands? How will you know when management has met your demands? No, utter self. I'm not belittling myself at all, and you're absolutely right. And a discussion about the matter that wasn't focused on the kind of weirdly existentially jarring juxtaposition. If I were to focus on the part that wasn't that, it would focus on the fact that they're ultimately asking me, because they're TE people who are asking me how to deal with other people or situations in which neither TI nor TE seems to be working. And in those instances, I have to explain, okay, you're in this instance, we know you're dealing with somebody who's, for example, NI polar. And let's say you have NI as a tool function or something. Well, you're going to get very frustrated, right? You're trying to use the truth to resolve. You keep expecting, once the truth has been adequately clarified into a single gem of an axiom of some sort, that truth will cascade down and the meanings will adjust accordingly and we'll all be in agreement. And that never happens with an ESTJ. And the reason it never happens with an ESTJ is because they are NI polar. So if you are NI tool and you're trying to find resolution through your tool function, and you keep running afoul of your tool function keeps sliding off, because it's like if somebody keeps trying to deal with me with FI, they'll find I keep mistaking it to be, if they require FI of me, I'll give them SI. If they impose FI upon me, I'll experience it as SI. It's this 4-7 mistake for each other thing that happens with your polar. So it's going to be super frustrating as the NI person goes, now this NI is sure to stick, but then once again, it slides off into you're just biased or I'm just biased or who knows what, So didn't you make something earlier about electric technologies being older than we assume? Is that directed at me? Electric technologies are older than a lot of people think. I mean, there were batteries back in Babylon and stuff, but I don't know if that qualifies as electric technologies per se. It's not like they had, grow rooms in Babylon with sodium halide lights and hydroponic timered water delivery systems. No, they didn't. But they did have batteries. The way they did it is they put some sort of metal and some sort of fluid with some sort of thing, and I don't know, it makes electricity. Bada bing, bada boom, magic, there you go, got some electricity. What are you going to do with it, though, if you're Babylonian? What am I going to do with all this electricity I got in this barrel, you might ask? I don't know. What do you think they did with their electricity, David Sanderson?
Who?
The Babylonians or whoever it was that had those ancient batteries?
I don't know.
because they had batteries, so they had electricity. So what were they powering with it is the question. I want to find out. Inquiring, that's, see, Karma's Pimp and I are thinking the same way. My mind first said vibrator. But it could be, electrified pornography machine would be another possible answer. Boob seer? I don't know. Those are the only things I can think of to do with electricity. Okay, let's find out. What did those ancient people who had those batteries use those batteries for? Where's my sticky W fixer? I got to get my sticky W fixer. Oh, yeah. Fix my sticky W. Fix my sticky W is a 70s euphemism for sexual intercourse that no longer is in favor with the youths. Okay, what did they use? What? God damn this sticky W. What did the ancient Mesopotamian batteries provide electricity for? Sorry to end with the preposition. Baghdad battery. Wikipedia. It was hypothesized by some researchers that what? Where does it say it? Theories concerning operation. Its origin and purpose remain clear. He observed very many fine silver objects of ancient Iraq plated with very thin layers of gold and speculated they were electroplated. And so the hypothesis is maybe they used them for electroplating. Though the iron rod did project outside the asphalt plug, the copper tube did not, making it impossible to connect a wire to this to complete a circuit. So this is one of the controversies, right? As far as the electroplated hypothesis goes, they were apparently fire gilded with mercury. They are not electroplated. And alternative hypothesis. Maybe they are instead storage vessels for scrolls. I'm not sure. So is in fact there are any kind of ancient electricity thing? I don't know if that's real or if it was just not real. Were there really ancient batteries or electricity things? Were there really ancient electricity barrels or whatever? Ancient electricity 2004. This article is from 2004. The ancient Greeks were known to have used electric eels to numb pain. Who knew? Fascinating. I wouldn't think shocking yourself with an electric eel would correlate with less pain.
Cause you to go numb or something.
I guess it's probably less painful than, say, chopping off your arm with a sword.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Ancient electricity. This is the Guardian magazine. Well, this is a little old. I think it's dated at this point. They apparently have eliminated the possibility or likelihood that it was electroplating. That's just, as they say in the science community, bullshit. Was the Baghdad battery really a battery? Let's find out. Read more. Wait. What? Yeah? What is this? I don't know what that is. I don't know. I can't find out the answer to this question, except to say that there's some controversy about it if it is the case. I I mean, here it says, while it's now largely accepted that the jars are indeed batteries, their purpose remains unknown. What were our ancestors doing with admittedly tiny electric charges 1,000 years before the first twitchings of our modern electrical age? Yeah, I don't know either. If we can't figure out any possible or any way they could have used it or something, then they're probably not that. They're probably something else. They're probably just the electricity is incidental rather than intentional, and was either unnoticed or was like natural gas used to be. Because when they first started drilling for natural gas would come out. It was considered a pesky thing they have to burn off to get rid of. Before somebody's like, you know what, that sure does burn well. Maybe we should save it. So maybe that's how they thought about the electricity and the things they were making. There's no reason necessarily to conclude that even if they did generate electricity, that wasn't an unwanted side effect rather than the intended effect. And that's why, and I guess that's why they call it the blues. David Sanderson disagrees. He thinks they call it the blues for a different reason. But, he's always just being contrary like that. He's also said in the past that he doesn't think my cat is a kitty pageant winner. You're clearly wrong about that. So, take what he says with a grain of salt. That is a kitty friend, isn't it? So utter self, the thing is, let's go back to your solution or your suggestion for FI tool or FI DOMs. You say, have them write down everything they believe in. What do they do afterwards? My joke notwithstanding. So they've written down everything. What does that do for them? Does it make them more FI, less FI? What do you think about that suggestion, David Sanderson? Do you think it's going to help an FI tool person or an FI DOM to write down everything they believe in?
I would say that it might help TI, but I think it also exacerbates the problems with FI inherently, because you're consolidating what you already believe,
right,
from an FI perspective. That just makes you more stubborn about those beliefs.
Right. What's your goal with the writing them all down then, utter self? I'm curious, because it would seem like that's the natural conclusion based on a non-FI understanding of FI that basically, a sort of countervaluing FI approach to the question will answer by saying it's just going to make them more stubborn, which is what Dave Sanderson said. A nice summing up of it. What do you think about that argument, utter self? Originator of the write down what you believe in notion, who wanted affirmation for it, but may now be getting the opposite, namely negation. They bring something internal into an external world. Now they get to better reflect upon its subjective beliefs to escape TI scrutiny. Boy, isn't that wishful thinking. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, utter self would have some concept of what it means to use FI as an actual front stack function. No way in a million hells and heavens and in-betweens are you going to get an FI tool user to suddenly... the implicit bias here is hilarious, because, of course, you're saying, oh, no. Look, the only reason FI people are so stubbornly wrong is because they need to be reassured that they can safely have TI scrutiny. The problem is they just don't realize how safe it is to objectively dismiss one's own precious, beloved beliefs. Once they understand that it's outside of them, then they will get that, hey, I'm not slicing away a part of my own ontological body when I reject these beliefs. I'm now safely disposing of them with clean, efficient TI. That is a nice universe that you live in there, utter self, and I would like to join you there. I think that'll be a wonderful place if that's the way shit works out. That'll be a very TI-friendly place indeed. We would all have as a base default understanding that shit's got to make sense or else shove it up your butt. But unfortunately, I don't think the FI types are quite so willing to concede frame as that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either.
NGL. I know what that means. I intuited it. I didn't know. I don't know from experience. I've not encountered it before. I know what it means. It means not gonna lie. Intuition. What do you think about that? That's some intuition. NGL means not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I figured it out just bam. Wow. NI. It's my introverted intuition. Okay. Anyway, the anti-FI bias here is staggering. Guilty as charged. I am guilty as charged. I do have a tendency to more frequently voice an anti-FI bias than an anti-TI bias by a substantial margin. To even compare the two is kind of to undersell the clear preference for one over the other. But fortunately, because of this pro-TI bias, at least I'll concede that you're right about that.
It's kind of easy to imitate how a FI user would debate because you don't have to actually make legitimate arguments. You can just assert your feelings.
I mean, they try to make legitimate arguments. It's the problem is typically it goes like, well, but and they go, look, people are suffering, or you're getting bogged down in the wrong thing here. Important thing right here, right where the moisture lies. And you're like, okay, let's even agree for a second. That is super important. That you're right. That's a very important moisture. But can we at least talk about how, it's like the FI tool is not just resistant to TI, it's resistant to TE too. If you're using TE to get at it, There's moon wasp. So watch out for those. However, FI dominant is way different, plays out way different. I typically get along well with INFPs and ISFPs. I get along well with ISFPs, like we're cool with each other, no problem. We're kind of like there's nothing to bond over really, but we find each other's company oddly foreign and pleasant, I guess. INFPs, we get along well, but I always get the sense that they are like are sighing and tutting over me as they watch their child make the same kind of dumb mistakes over and over again and never seem to learn. It's like I get that kind of vibe from INFPs, like, oh, that Eric, tut 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 tut. Whereas ISFPs, it's more like we're the same, we're right there, The FI that they have doesn't seem to run afoul of me very much because I don't want to. There's something about FI DOMs, both kinds. I can tell right away that, wait, this is somebody I don't want to hit with my TI very much. But
it could also be the difference between TENI and TESI.
That's part of it possibly too. But I mean, the thing is, it's a big difference between FI tool, right? So FI DOM, I don't want to punch them in the face with my TI at all. In fact, I want to not do that generally.
Right.
FI tool, I have a desperate desire to punch them in the face with my TI. So it's like a dramatically different response, whether it's in the dominant or in the second. Hit me with your TI, fire away. Hey, look, it's an extraordinarily special lady. I would like to introduce you all to a new friend. I just met her maybe a year and 2 months ago. She's been living with me for most of the time since. You may recognize her. She has stopped by occasionally before. Everyone, Rachel LaPalosa. Here she is.
What a surprise.
Here she is.
Hi.
Everyone, that's Rachel LaPalosa.
Oh, thanks for introducing me, Hysteric. I mean, it wouldn't be a show without you.
Rachel had that, you know what that facial expression was? It's universal woman expression. I cannot believe you're showing me right now when my hair looks like this.
I know.
Can you not please? Can you just not put me on camera right now? I have no makeup on, my hair is all messy.
Sure.
I just got out of bed. Eric. It's like, and then, but be nice. She's saying in her own head, she's like, just don't even say anything. Just let it go. Just go. Get your chicken and go back to bed.
I'm happy that you're live streaming. I love you.
I love you too, precious wonder.
Well, I'm gonna leave now.
Goodbye, David Sanderson.
All right. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, darling. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
Thank you.
But for all of you darlings here, you don't have to remember to eat plenty of cheese yet. You've got some time yet. Because the requirement that you remember to eat plenty of cheese begins at the end of the live stream. Big sigh. Yes, big sigh. Why? Well, because life's a funny thing. It's full of balls of string. And if you can't remember that, then you will have to bring coleslaw to the party. FE Tool versus FE Dom. I mean, obviously, I like FE Tool more than FE Doms because it coordinates with my own functions better. FE Tool is instrumental, which means they're not going to step on my own selfish FE toes so much because they don't really care about, they don't feel like they're scoring any points with it anyway. FE Dom is going to try to manage FE in spots where I feel like I can do it myself. It's kind of like that, no, mom, don't try to tie my shoes for me. I can do it myself thing. That happened with my second wife's son with FE. Also, at my second wife, who was an ESFJ, was very controlling with the FE stuff. Like, wanted to script out for me, like how to go deal with a party, for example. Now, first you go greet Joe, and then you greet Joe's wife, and then make sure, remember to greet Mia, and take your time, don't rush it. Then you go do what you want for a couple of Mia, and then come back here, and we're going to have pictures at Mia. Okay? I got a lot of that as the husband of an ESFJ. It's the sort of thing that an ENTP typically is not going to put up with well for a long time. But it's important to remember that during that marriage, it's one of those things that evolved along with my drinking problem. So there was this additional layer of justification, which is, your judgment is questionable because you're going to be drinking, which I was. So it's more complicated than it sounds. But I don't mean to just sort of dump on her that she was being controlling. It's not that simple. She had good reason to need to be somewhat more controlling than might normally be the case, given my own problems that were more definitely problems. You have to work for your moon, geez. I like that sentence, Andy. If I had a classroom still, like a middle school classroom, and I wanted to put up an inspirational poster on the wall, I think I'd go for, you have to work for your moon cheese. I think that would inspire kids to heights they've yet to attain. Oops, sorry, Kitty. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I just sort of carelessly reached out like that and bopped her on the head accidentally. And she was all like, what the hell? I was sleeping. I always try to apologize so she knows that it wasn't intentional if I accidentally kick her or something like that, because sometimes she gets underfoot, I think it makes a difference. I think if I didn't apologize profusely to my cat, then she would not forgive me as much. My cat's phone number is 720 Kitty Pageant Winner. That's KITTYBEAGANTWINNER Kitty Pageant Winner. That's also her license plate, by the way, on her car. She drives a Fiat, and her license plate says KTYPGNTWNR, or Kitty Pageant Winner. Do you know what my license plate says on my car? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess what the license plate on Eric's car says? Interesting question. Probably lots of people know the answer. Jeff Shaw says, this character is not INFJ or INTJ, a radical nonetheless, and enjoys fishing from the shore and makes many casts, 6 decades of 4 effect. My goodness, okay, I am not contributing. Oh, Jeff Shaw. Listen, Winston's mom is not trying to be adversarial. If it appears she is, then I can understand that might be the case, but that's not the case. Spank. Okay. Spank it is. Morge, one of these spanks is for you. Spank. And let's see here. Grass Eater, you're getting the other spank. Spank. Inky Pinky Time, Feline Memories, Kitty Titty. What are you talking about now, host Eric? Oh my God, shh. We were just talking about you, actually, up them plates 48. We were talking shit behind your back. Morge was saying that he doesn't like your new girlfriend, that he thinks she's a gold digger. And I said, I don't think up them plates has got any gold. And Morge explained, no, it's a metaphor. She's not literally digging for gold. She's using him for his ability to rub his fingers together. And I said, aha. Now I understand. Right, exactly. Grass Eater, you get the other spank. Yeah. Do indigenous people of Amazon spank? I'm not sure. I do know that as a Native American, I am preparing for Thanksgiving, or what I like to call, my people like to call, our yearly humility festival, where we remember our first Thanksgiving, where the Pilgrims had houses and they had these large picnic tables with benches, and they had roast turkey and mashed potatoes. They had cranberry sauce and they had salad. And it was just like, oh, wow, this is amazing. What is this stuff? I've never lived like this. Well, what did we Native Americans bring? All we had was maize. And we didn't even cook it. It was raw. We expected them to cook it. And the Pilgrims were so nice. And they were like, it's okay. Come on, be Christians. Come here. Yes, correct, Chris Chavez. That is correct. Come here, Native Americans. Come sit down. Hey, have some turkey. Listen, I want to talk to you about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And, I can tell you what happened is we Native Americans, we all went out, we got together. We're like, okay, hey, let's have a huddle here. Okay, so first of all, there's those, remember how those, how the Seminoles are, how they come by in their suits with the bicycles, they knock on our teepee and they say, hey, I want to talk to you about, They're doing that shit. They're doing the same shit right here. It's just a different thing they're talking about. It's just a Jesus guy. So just say, no, thank you. We already have a God. And, but be polite, because look, this is way better than what we normally eat. Let's not lie about it. Remember when we voted on whether or not to start agriculture or continue being hunter-gatherers? It's time. It's our come to Jesus moment. We made the wrong call. We should have just settled down and be civilized. Now, They can fairly and justly call us savages. And what are we going to say? Have some more maize? I mean, that's not going to fly. Nobody's going to buy it. Hey, well, look at my wonderful cabin. I go, I got a pointy tent. No. So just let the Jesus shit go. Eat as much turkey as you can. When we're done, we will scalp all the men and ride off on the women and take over these houses. What do you say? Did everybody bring their scalper? I got mine. All right. Go over there, act super cool, act normal. Enter with the house. And this is my papoose and my teepee. Give them what they expect. We'll do a little rain dance. As soon as they turn around, here comes the scalpers. That's the true history of the first Thanksgiving. The first Thanksgiving, the Native Americans were led by a brutally honest and also sociopathic Native American named Steve. And he led to the traditional Thanksgiving slaughter of the Pilgrims. Every Thanksgiving, out on the reservation, me and my fellow Native Americans engaged in the traditional slaughter of the Pilgrims. Running Bull suggested we go over to, Springfield and maybe do our pilgrim slaughter in the northwestern sort of boutique suburbs up there. Find a couple of nice families of pilgrims, and we still do things the old ways, and yet we incorporate new technology. So yeah, we've got some of the old style scalpers, but I'm bringing a chainsaw. I know a lot of my fellow Native Americans are bringing chainsaws. If you're gonna slaughter some pilgrims, there's just generally not really any purpose in being super inefficient. If we do it the old way, it takes forever to chop them up. Our old scalpers are great for scalping, not so great for cutting up bodies. Chainsaws, by contrast, much more effective. In the old days, for example, we would have ridden horses there. Now we drive our trucks. In the olden days, we would have worn loincloths and stuff. Now we just got jeans and shirts on. And in the olden days, we would have smoked a peace pipe. Now we just got a bottle of Jack Daniels. But it's basically the same ritual. We go to their house, we eat their food, we say, "How do you like this?" as we kill them. It's called tradition. I don't know what people are making a fuss about. We are a warrior people, the Aztecs. I am part Aztec, part Seminole, part Micmac, part Inuit. I am part, what do they call that? Mayan. A little bit of everything. All the warrior parts put together. Well, thanks, Running Bull. You're welcome, NPR interviewer. So that was Running Bull of the Native American tribe, the Aztec Seminoles, and he's explained how this year he and his drunk friends will enjoy yet another incarnation of their yearly pilgrim slaughter. We'll be back in a moment when we talk to Walking Squid about his involvement in giving people smallpox. Yeah, I really like the flatbread, and so what I do is I deliver it in baskets to the pilgrims with the smallpox all up in there. They get the smallpox, and it's we laugh and dance. You're so calm. You don't have a lot to say. Are you all ISFPs? Native Americans? The way that you kind of are super chill like that, it kind of makes me think maybe there's a lot of ISFPs in your tribe. What do you think about that, Native Americans? Yeah. Every animal is its own spirit. It's the duck, it gives to us of itself. We don't take that lightly. I see. What else can you tell us about the important aspects of your culture? Our culture goes way back. Back when all you could see were buffaloes. The Native American, my people. Yes, we were there. Thanks, Native American. That was highly informative about you and your people. I thoroughly enjoyed your story. Apparently, you and your people were there when there were nothing to see but buffalo. So, I guess you got extremely bored looking at all the buffalo? No, we lived in peace with the buffalo. I thought you hunted them. Except when we hunted them. That wasn't so peaceful. Okay, Mr. Native American lived in peace with the buffalo. More like killed and ate them every time you had a chance, every time you saw one. It's like you could get your spear into it. It's just like stab, 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 stab. Liars. Okay, you caught us. We loved slaughtering the buffalo like everybody does. Who doesn't love slaughtering buffalo? I don't think I do. I've never tried it before, but you got to try it. It's amazing. There's nothing like a refreshing buffalo slaughter, right? For those of you who have tried it, it's just finally got that out of my system. I see all those buffalo wandering around. I'm just like, God damn it! Somebody give me a machine gun? Buffaloes. They call them the litter of the plains. The Spanish word for buffalo is la basura. It's la vaca de basura, okay? The Spanish word for buffalo is la vaca de basura. That's why it's so important that we Native Americans continue our non-stop slaughter of the buffalo. It's all revisionist history, right? The truth is this. The Pilgrims, they stopped the Native Americans who were relentlessly exterminating the buffalo. If it hadn't been for the Pilgrims arriving, this whole continent would be a barren wasteland full of nothing but Native American carcasses, where they killed everything they saw. And now, thanks to the leftist colleges, they're trying to tell us that, the Native Americans are more in harmony with nature. You know what? Archaeologists recently excavated an Aztec village, and there was several archaeologists got sick from radiation poisoning. They had dumped raw plutonium into the ground, just willy-nilly, throwing away a chicken bone. That's not safe. That's not caring about the environment, okay? Another tribe mixed both bleach and ammonia together on a regular basis inside their teepees just for kicks. Everybody knows you shouldn't do that. I mean, you can't tell me they didn't know that, right? That's willful negligence. You have willful negligence. Now, there's an oxymoron. Willful negligence has to be an oxymoron, right? Thanks, Jeff Shaw. Sandy, you're not all alone. You're here with us in the live stream. No, I want Randy Fox to hang out with me in the video conference room too. Okay, fine, Zandy, fine. Be that way. Be that way. You guys hang out in your video conference room. I know what you're doing. You're sitting over there and you're passing judgment on me. You're sitting there saying, look how dumb Eric looks now. He looks so dumb. And then Randy Fox is like, yeah, he does. He looks dumb. And you guys are laughing at me. You know that when I was a little kid, I don't know, maybe 7 years old, 8 years old or something, I actually had a fear that maybe it was possible. I understood at some point that that mentally retarded people didn't get that they were mentally retarded. They didn't recognize that quality in themselves. And I had a fear for a while that I was mentally retarded, was unable to tell that I was mentally retarded, and that my parents were hiring my friends to hang out with me, that they didn't really like me. This is one of my fears as a child. It wasn't a long-lasting fear. Another one of my fears as a child was nuclear war. That was when I was like 12 years old. I started going, okay, but now I'm trying to understand, okay, I understand fully now what these nuclear weapons do, but how do we not constantly worry about nuclear war then? And my mom said eventually, you just have to remember that if you die in a nuclear war, everyone else does too. And I was like, huh, well, that's fair. And somehow that made me get over it, I guess. As long as nobody else gets to stay alive after I'm dead. That's a funny way to think about it. I had a lot of weird thoughts as a kid. I thought I had AIDS for a while as a kid. Because I had appendicitis in 5th grade. And I didn't know if I had gotten a blood transfusion or not. I'm sure I didn't. I'm quite sure they don't give you a blood transfusion when they do appendicitis. But as a kid, I didn't know. So because I didn't know, I concluded that I needed to operate under the assumption that I had gotten a blood transfusion. And at the time, there's a lot of hype about AIDS in the news. And that that because I wasn't really sure, you couldn't be sure whether the blood you got had AIDS in it or not, that I should operate under the assumption that I did have AIDS, because then it would be less crushing when I found out that I had AIDS. But I'm going to let you guys all in on a little secret. This is something that worried me for quite some time. I fret about this. And then I ended up talking to my mom about it initially. And I did something that I still feel kind of ashamed of to this day. My mom told me something I knew wasn't true. And I chose to embrace it as the truth because it allowed me to not stop worrying about it. She told me only people from Haiti get AIDS. That's exactly what happened on that South Park episode where Cartman got AIDS. I didn't know there was a South Park episode where Cartman got AIDS. I've seen a lot of South Park episodes, but probably not that one. So yeah, my mom told me that. I knew it wasn't true, but I chose to believe it so that I would stop worrying about whether I had AIDS. I said, nope. Mom said I can't have it because I've not been to Haiti. I've never been to Haiti, so I can't have AIDS. I think what she actually said was only people who've been to Haiti get AIDS. Not necessarily that you are Haitian. Because at the time, it was one of the things they were talking about. Like, okay, you get it from intravenous drug use. I knew I hadn't done that. Gay sex. I knew I hadn't done that. Haiti. I knew I hadn't done that. But I wasn't sure I didn't have a blood.
Oh, is Eric here?
Oh, shoot.
So loud. I assumed that when Running Fox said Eric, she was saying, come here. So I was going to go see what she wanted, but it was very loud in there. And as an old man, I'm easily frightened. I was terrified. Oh, no, I have seen it actually the other day. Now that you mention it. It's the one where why does Magic Johnson not have any problems from AIDS? And it's because he has so much money. Yeah, I have seen that. I'm gonna get copyrighted. There's music playing. I don't want to get copyrighted. I remember this girl from Haiti moved to my school in 5th grade and she was hot. Well, Grass Eater, I hope you did not have sexual intercourse with her because that's how you get AIDS. It's true. That's how you get AIDS. Mom told me. Mom said it. I believe it. That settles it. Your mom's not God, Eric. Well, true. But she is extremely wise about AIDS. Well, my understanding as a kid was you just simply had to go to Haiti, and then once you go to Haiti, then suddenly you might have AIDS. I wasn't really thinking a lot about the mechanics of it. I was trying to make it a binary matter where I could logically eliminate the possibility that I had AIDS. And I was troubled by the fact that because I couldn't ascertain for sure that I didn't have a blood transfusion when I had appendicitis, that I couldn't logically eliminate from the realm of possibility that I had AIDS. It was bothering me a great deal. So I seized upon the first rule I heard that would make it logically impossible for me to have AIDS, so I would be able to stop worrying about it. So I knew that like they were recommending at the time, get tested if you've been to Haiti recently. So I figured, okay, well, I can eliminate that. I've not been to Haiti ever, recently or otherwise. And I could eliminate everything else. And I remember hearing about well, could you get it from a toilet seat or something? And the consensus being no, that you couldn't get it like that. So, I was frustrated at my inability to eliminate it from a possibility. I was kind of a what do you call it? Somebody who has psychosomatic illnesses, what do they call those people who are afraid, think they're sick all the time? And hypochondriac. I was a bit of a hypochondriac until maybe, I don't know, mid-20s. I was a bit of a hypochondriac until around then, and I just said, fuck it at some point. Okay. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. Will you do a dinner? When you were little, did your mother make a big dinner, set the table with flowers? So, as far as Thanksgiving goes, my personal history of Thanksgiving is when I was littler, that is to say, under 13 or 14, we typically have Thanksgiving at my grandmother's house. That was during the time period when my grandmother's siblings were largely still alive and involved in the family activities. So my grandmother had 7 siblings, 7 that were not stillborn, and 1 that was stillborn, but that they included as a sibling, even though it was stillborn, kind of, what's the word? Macabrely, or something like that. In rather macabre fashion, they included their stillborn sibling amongst the list of siblings, so that there were, in fact, 9 total siblings, not 8, even though only 8 of them were born alive. I always thought that was weird. But I guess I didn't, what do I know? I've never had a stillborn child, so maybe that's not fair to me at all. Anyhow, up until Al died. Al died when I was in 5th grade. He was murdered. My grandfather, or my grandmother's second husband, Al, was murdered when I was in 5th grade at his pharmacy. He was shot 7 times. I had long been saying 5, but I read the public case record stuff on it recently, or within the last year or two. He actually was shot 7 times by a guy who was on lunch break from a trial in which my grandfather was testifying against him for robbing his store previously, and the guy was out on bail and on lunch break. And what happened was the prosecutor was pushing for the guy to take a deal on the robbery before lunch, and the guy's like, well, hold on till after lunch. And then he went and killed my grandfather and came back and was like, no, I'm not taking the deal. Well, he ended up being found guilty of murder, so that didn't really help him at all. But his case ended up having a lot of California state constitutional law issues in it, and some federal constitutional law issues. So as a consequence, there's quite a bit of case law online about it, even though it's from the 80s. His name's A.J. Cole. You can Google it and read about Juan Prentice. That's the murderer's name. If anybody's curious about my family history of murder, then you can read about Juan Prentice and Alfred Cole, spelled like that, Kollo. So anyway, yeah, that's quite a bit of stuff about the case online, actually, surprisingly. So that was kind of cool to discover a couple years ago. And before he was murdered, we'd have Thanksgiving dinner over there, and it wouldn't just be Grandma and Al. It would also include Aunt Fern. My grandma's generation had great names. They were textbook old-fashioned names. My grandma's name was Gladys. I had Aunt Fern, Aunt Muriel, Aunt Hazel, Aunt Ellie, or Ella May was her name. And then the boys were named regular things. Uncle Bob, Uncle Robert, or Bob, depending on what you want to call him. And then there was one who I don't know if I really ever saw. He may have. Oh, there was Aunt Marge and Uncle Roy. Uncle Roy and Uncle Bob. And then there was another uncle that he died when I was very little, I think. Anyhow, those Thanksgivings back at my grandma's house, I have a lot of memories about them. And I clearly remember my grandma's dining room table, the doilies upon which things were set, the smell of old-fashioned American cooking coming from grandma's kitchen, fried chicken and mashed potatoes and deviled eggs. And that was true for regular dinners, not just Thanksgiving dinner. We met there fairly regularly for dinner, but for Thanksgiving dinner, there'd probably be turkey. But at a certain point, or occasionally we'd have it at my house, in which case, yeah, my mom would make a big spread. After Al died, we started having it at my house, and Grandma would come over, and things got kind of depressing with Grandma after that. And I was, my FI polar self, not necessarily as compassionate or as loving a family member as I could or should have been. But what are you gonna do? We all make mistakes, and we all suffer from our own failures more than from anything else in life. Let me see what that says. I'm very curious about this. Link that. Yep. The people versus Princess Swan Snow. Interestingly, he was convicted in 1990. Now, the thing is, the murder occurred in 1980. So it took 10 years for this to work its way through the courts. So I was only 9 when that happened. I guess I thought I was in 5th grade. How old are you when you're 9, though? Let's see. You're 6 in 1st, 7 in 2nd, 8 in 3rd, 9 in 4th. I guess I was in 4th grade, not 5th grade. Okay, well. Go to show you about SI, right? SI is a little bit unreliable. I could have sworn I was in 5th grade. Guess I was in 4th. Winston's mom, I think your secret about ISFJs is false. I think ISFJs do like to cook. I think they don't like to clean up after themselves, and they don't really like to be responsible for things, but they do like to cook. And in an ideal world, an ISFJ has a maid who cleans up after her and stuff. She's one of those awful housewives who claims, like, I am so creative with my meow, and then says, okay, Mary, do meow, 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 and then she goes, now let me sprinkle a little meow on it. Okay, there, I've made this, well, actually just telling the underling what to do, and the underling does all the cleanup, and they take all the credit. That's sort of your textbook ISFJ move, maybe. They don't clean up. I mean, they do clean up, but they don't like to clean up. The problem is, of course, when an ISFJ cooks, they don't have any common sense about it. When I cook, I make a point of, if I have to use a bowl to put an ingredient in, I'm going to dump the things and then use that same bowl for the next ingredient. And ISFJ is going to put out like 50 bowls and put shit in each of them. The video with respect to education was great. Thanks. I appreciate it. And, of course, ISFJ is also likely to say to me, I tell you what, I'll cook, you clean. It's like, Jesus. Here's the problem with this ISFJ. If I cooked and you cleaned, I'd still do all the work. If you cook and I clean, I still do all the work. So it's damned if you do a little bit more of the work if you cook and I clean. Because if I cook, I won't make a mess. I cook all the time, and I try to use 0 dishes. I start the barbecue. I put the meat on the barbecue. I've got paper plates. I've got my buns and my meat and my ketchup and my mustard. Boom. That's it. No fucking around. No forks, no knives, no plates, no, this coffee cup. And you'll notice it cleans itself. I don't have to even wash it. See? Self-cleaning coffee cup. Pretty amazing. I don't remember the last time I washed it, yet it still performs beautifully by holding coffee and allowing me to sip from it in a way that delivers the coffee into my mouth and eventually down to my stomach. How many times do I have to wash cups? Never. Why? Because I have one self-cleaning cup. It says Shadow Ridge. One of my dad's timeshares. I have this cup, though, because it's large. If there's one thing about which I'm not very fair, there's 2 coffee cups. One of them is large. I give myself the large coffee cup always, and Rachel the small one. And I think to myself, you know what, Eric, that might be a little bit unfair, but you want the larger coffee cup, so you just go ahead and take it. You're not that selfish. It's fine for you to be selfish about this. Most things you don't care, so you don't make a fuss about it, but this is kind of important. You want the large coffee cup. Someone might say, Eric, why not get 2 large coffee cups? That's a good point. But what I'm saying is, in those circumstances where you only have 1 large coffee cup, and I mean, who's not been there, right? Well, I want the large coffee cup. Act first, apologize later, says Alex Rodriguez. Or another way of putting that excellent axiom is, it's easier to seek forgiveness than permission. That was, for quite a long time, sort of my rule to live by. Let me tell you, in no uncertain terms, though, with whom that doesn't work. With whom does that not work? ESTJs. Oh, that's coming back here home, living with Dad. Reminded me, oh yeah, that doesn't fly with Dad. Dad's not having that. He's the one to say something like, go, oh, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, the meow is still meow. Not even like say you're sorry is not good enough or anything, but just repeat the problem and point out the lack of solvency in your words by just leaving it sit there, and you go, fuck. You want more than words? Come on, man. Okay. And the thing is, I end up like I'm fairly, put it this way, as a general rule, I don't really jump for anybody. It's difficult to intimidate me. I've always been a difficult employee because I don't, at least once I got a certain age anyway, I stopped affording any benefit of the doubt that my superior at work necessarily, earned my respect or something. So I've always been kind of I'm not accustomed to jumping for anybody. But boy, does my dad make me jump. It's he comes out here and knocks on the door, and I literally jump. It's like, yes, Dad, yes. I see myself doing it, and I just think, boy, Eric, you're such a little bitch. What is this? The answer, of course, is he's my benefactor type. I'm his beneficiary, and also he's my dad, and this is, I find myself living at his house and enjoying the advantages that affords me in terms of, not having to maximize or increase the amount of employment I have currently significantly. In other words, not have to work as many hours as I might otherwise, and other advantages. But it comes with the fact that doesn't matter how old I am, I still feel when I'm around here like I definitely can and will get in trouble if I fuck up in some way. Like, when Dad comes home from his trip, let's say there was a pan on the stove that had like leftover thing I cooked the night before. It's the amount of hearing about it I would have, it makes sure that it just never happens. I'm always on top of that shit because I do not want to hear Dad's son. You seem to have forgotten to clean up after yourself. It's just like, okay. So even though like my dad's gone all week, Rachel and I don't really find ourselves taking advantage of any of the rest of the house beyond the part that we already take already occupied because you move one thing, and when he comes back, you're gonna hear about it. It's like, why is the meow over here? Well, because I had to move it, Dad. Well, why do you have to move it? I mean, I don't really remember, but let me think. It's like, does it matter? Does it matter why I had to move that chair over there? It does to Dad, that's for sure. So, Winston's mom's mother is widowed or divorced. And even alone, she sits at the table, cooks dinner, and is seated at 18:30. Didn't forget to eat. I find people's eating styles have personality. I think it's odd to describe your mother as often widowed or divorced. As though her status is constantly changing. Jose, you should make it look like you had a party and hide tab tops under places, tilt the trash can out back and prank him. Oh, I don't think my dad's a big fan of pranks. Winston's mom. We're not a big pranking family. We've never been a family that's teased each other, pranked each other, practical joked each other, horsed around in that fashion. That sort of tomfoolery is discouraged. You may wonder how I came to have so much tomfoolery in me, which I do have quite a bit, but you'll note that it's not like that. There's nothing SE about it. I am not into pranks. I'm not into practical jokes. I'm not into horsing around with that fashion or teasing each other or busting chops with each other or something. Or, oh my God, I got you. I hate that shit. It's SE stuff. It's SE run rampant. I don't like it. So what I will do, however, is before he comes home, I'll make sure I have all the lights turned off inside the house, and I will make sure that I have the air conditioning and or heater turned off. And that is because if it's on, even if it's appropriate for it to be on, I might incur the question, have you left this on the whole time that I've been gone? And unfortunately, the answer to that question is probably yes. So I don't want to lie. So by turning it off before he gets home, then I avoid that question probably. He's much less likely to say, did you leave this on the whole time I've been gone? If it's off when he gets home. If he does ask the question when it's off when he gets home, then I'll answer it, well, it was off when you got home, wasn't it? I won't answer the question. I'll say, well, I mean, obviously not the whole time. It was off when maybe I turned it off 5 minutes before you got home, but obviously I didn't leave it on the whole time. I'll play one of those sort of games if necessary. But by turning it off ahead of time, then I don't have to worry about the question. It's just the thing is, I genuinely could not fucking believe it when he came out here and yelled at me for not informing him that the bathtub leak had gotten worse, when I've been telling him to do something about it. I've been saying, can I do something about it? Or asking permission to enable access to the parts we need to fix it for months and months and months. And my dad's kept saying like, oh, it's not that bad of a leak. Oh, it's not worth it. And then he goes in and looks at it after a couple of weeks, and it's been a while since he looked at it, I guess, and notes that it's leaking pretty good, and comes out here and, I can't believe you didn't tell me it was leaking like that. You come the fuck on, dude. I told you that countless times. I've been battling with you to try to get you to let me fix the thing, because it requires me cutting through these tiles here, which I successfully have done now. It's just, It's like anti-polar. Talk about anti-polar, right? It's just the truth of the matter is irrelevant because in this moment, in his experience, this leak is terrible, and I have not informed him of it. I mean, last time I talked to him about it, it wasn't nearly this bad. Or that's, it's like, well, how often am I supposed to remind? How often am I supposed to come back to the issue? You know. There's definitely a quality with ESTJs that, in some circumstances, they tend to double bind you. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If I had bugged him about it sooner, I would have been yelled at for bugging him about it too much. Or I already told you, it's fine, something like that. If I don't tell him about it, I get yelled at for not mentioning it. That's it. Of course, it's also my dad. Old dad is a little less, a little more old than he used to be. He's a little more old manish in his unreasonableness like that, But the one thing that he still does that he's always done that I, for one, think was critical in my healthy development, and I've seen him do it not just to me, but to Rachel as well, is when he's unfair in a way that's kind of nasty, like one time he came home and he'd obviously had a frustrating drive home, and he was furious at me because I was making a whole package of bacon. I was like, well, I'm going to eat the whole package of bacon. Though. I mean, I'm going to, it's like, I'm not making too much bacon, Dad. This is what Rachel and I are having for dinner. We're having bacon. This is what we're eating. And he's like, yeah, you don't make a whole package of bacon at once. It's something unfamiliar to him. Like, that's not how he makes bacon. He makes it 2 pieces at a time. So, afterwards, of course, he'll come out and apologize. That's the thing I was getting at, which is then he comes out later, Erica, I'm sorry about blah, blah, blah. I should have done that. That blah, blah, blah. Kind of blah, blah, blah. He's not really saying it, but he's clearly what he's doing. He's also done that to Rachel for barking at her. He's come out later and said, I'm sorry, or his version of that. I shouldn't have done that. You didn't deserve that kind of thing. So, when you have an ESTJ who's able to do that and does it on his own without any prompting, that's a pretty special ESTJ, because a lot of ESTJs don't do that part. And it makes a big difference. It's funny because as a kid, I remember my dad coming up and apologizing and stuff like that, but it was always well after I had forgotten about the thing. What? Oh, that thing? Oh, yeah, okay, no problem. Bipolar, it didn't, shit like that didn't really stick with me very much. What do I reckon my dad's an Enneagram type to be? He's an 8. He's definitely an 8. I would say he's a mover shaker type. 837. That's what I think he is. 837. He's very mover shakery. He likes to he likes things that he thinks are fancy, like I remember when I was a kid and my friend would come over one time. We were eating dinner and he had a particularly fancy cheese from the store, and he ate it and he said, now that's a Boss cheese. And my friend and I thought it was very funny, but then he goes, no, it is. And he explains how it's fancy, it's from this region, and it's expensive, and it's rare and or a delicacy or something. Like, he's into fancy stuff like that. He's 3 for sure. He's definitely 3. But it's ESTJ 3. ESTJ3 is kind of funny, and it's not getting it quite. Like, my dad's 3 in lots of ways. Like, he wants to go to have season tickets to the USC football, because he used to have season tickets to the USC football games, and he'd want to donate enough money to the thing so that he could go to these special dinners for people who only the people who donated, like that's ESTJ shit. ESTJs are the ones who go, wait a second, you mean there's a platinum club level for special customers who are important? Okay, I'm very interested in this. That's, ENTPs go, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, you're platinum club, fine, great. The thing is, so I'm quite sure he's a 3, but he's also got that weird ESTJ thing where being a 3 in one area, and he never for years he refused to buy a new car. He'd only buy used cars because he said buying a new car is a waste of money. So, it's like this contradiction that he wants to have USC season ticket football tickets and basketball tickets, and for a while baseball tickets as well, and give money to the school so he can go to these special dinners that are just for special people, but he won't buy a new car because it's a waste of money. What do you do? He I don't know, the first new car he bought that I can recall from the entirety of my life was the Mini Cooper that he got when they first started making the new Mini Coopers again. He got one of the new Mini Coopers. That's the last new car he bought as well. Since then, he's not bought another new car. Up template says, Eric, I think you have 1, 7, and 2 in your chart type. You want to be right, you want to feel satisfied, and you want to feel loved. So that's obviously your chart type. I mean, if in fact you are correct that you want to be right, I mean, if that correlates with 1, then I guess you'd be correct that I want to be right. But, I mean, does anybody want to be wrong? I want to feel satisfied, you say. If you are correct that wanting to feel satisfied is a good way to determine that somebody's a 7, it's true I want to be satisfied, but does anybody want to be unsatisfied? And I want to feel loved, that's true, but is that a good way to determine if somebody's a 2? Because does anybody not want to feel loved? It's a better question to say, how do we choose to consistently approach questions like, why am I good enough? What do I do in response to conflict or disagreement? What do I do when things are stressing me out and I got fear and or deadlines and stuff? Those questions seem to be a better way to determine tribe type than the way that you're proposing there. So you say, for example, I want to feel loved. If I were a 3, what would I want to feel in contrast? And if I were a 4, what would I want to feel? If you're going to say that wanting to feel loved means I'm a 2, then I'd need to know, if in fact I was going to give you any credence on that point, you'd need to explain what would it mean if I wanted to, what would it be, what would I want to feel if I were a 3 or a 4, Accomplished, authentic, okay. I mean, so cognitive functions would tell us that, to the extent that you're right, that it's more true that I want to be loved than I want to feel accomplished or feel authentic. The cognitive functions would say that's a FE third slot thing, not an Enneagram thing. An Enneagram would say we determine whether somebody's 2, 3, or 4 by what they collapse down to at the end of the day to avoid feeling ashamed of themselves. So Enneagram is not typically thought of as how you attain a good, but rather how you avoid an ill. So, so you're taking a different angle on it. I mean, by the way it's conventionally understood, I'm definitely an 8, not a 1. I appreciate you thinking I might be a 1. It suggests I'm doing a much better job of maintaining composure and not getting angry and not revealing that 8 side. But that's a struggle for me. There's very little disputing that I'm an 8 in the tri-type, not first. 7, hard to dispute. We're in agreement there. The 2 thing, I think you got the best argument there. Like I'm definitely not a 1. I'm definitely an 8, but I might, in theory, I guess, be a 2. Except the problem is, I'm actually not that helpful. You know, I don't really like to help people. I don't like having expectations put upon me. I'm pretty self-absorbed. I want to do what I want to do, you know? And when I feel challenged in my basic value as a human being, I'm more likely to go on offense against status quo mores than anything else, which would seem to be consistent with the 4. So, I mean, I guess, so you make a claim here, core fears generate core desires. Why? I mean, why do they have to be linked at all? So you could say, well, the fact that you are afraid of spiders means you desire a spider-free world. Well, of course, in that instance, you're not talking about cause and effect or a generative relationship at all. You're just saying we can rephrase the meaning of one thing as the negation of the other and not lose equivalency. That's a very different kind of thing than to say that it generates it. So to the extent that you're saying that core fears generate core desires, they're not core. I mean, again, typically people would say fear is one of the core negative emotions, and that the core negative emotions they all are contrast against the same desire. So the universal response to shame is I don't want it. The universal response to fear is I'd like it to go away. And the universal response to conflict is I'd like it to go away or end. So then the thing is how you want to avoid those things, how you want to avoid shame, fear, conflict, that doesn't represent a core desire. It represents a reflexive strategy towards sustaining your ontological well-being on those vectors. So I don't agree with your claim there that there's a causal relationship between the core negative emotions that every person, according to Enneagram, there are 3 core negative emotions that everybody is having to develop some kind of a strategy to, whether it's withdraw, avoid, or confront. And there's nothing in Enneagram that suggests that having a response to a core negative emotion of shame results in desire meow. In other words, saying I'm very helpful, that's why I don't have to be ashamed of myself, is saying I want to be loved or appreciated or whatever. I'm going to do that by being helpful. But number 3 is I want to be loved, appreciated, but I'm going to do that by being successful. Number 4 is I want to be loved by and appreciated, but I'm going to do that by rejecting that which judges me. So I don't agree with your framing of the relationship between desires and Enneagram types. That's my position on that. Goodbye, good night, sleep well. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. So I mean, like, I'm definitely different than my daughter in some ways, and she identifies as 782. And I wouldn't even think she seems particularly helpful, but I guess she is a lot more responsive to guilting and social pressuring and stuff than I am. So yeah, she's probably a 2 in the tri-type. A free spirit. I think I'm the messenger tri-type. I don't think I'm the free spirit tri-type. I used to think I was the mover shaker tri-type back when I was more successful. But then again, it was because I misunderstood what was going on there. I thought, well, because I am high achieving, at the time I was high achieving, I must be a 3. That's not what 3 means. It means, like, when you go to defend yourself against shamings, what do you point to as evidence that you're a decent person? Yeah, I self-identify as 784 ergot. So I think that's a better way to look at it. I thought 8s get angry because the core desire is self-governing, and when they don't have their way, they give themselves permission to go against social rules. Okay, so I would be hesitant to embrace any kind of reasoning stuff behind that, but behind an Enneagram like that. Like, it's best understood as a descriptive taxonomy. Like, it is in fact the case that people tend to relate to this core negative emotion of fear by either avoiding, withdrawing, or confronting it. It is the case that people tend to address this core negative emotion of anger, blah, blah, blah. And you might say, well, like, what you're trying to do there with Enneagram, in my opinion, is correctly done with cognitive functions, which have that kind of mechanics to them, and incorrectly applied to Enneagram, which, if they do, I at least can't defend it on a TI grounds. And it seems best understood as an observation about the way things are without a lot of explanation. When we try to justify, well, we know they're 8 because all these other becauses, it's a mess. When we just say, well, how do they respond to anger or confrontation? My instinctual response is to confront back, to fight fire with fire. When somebody comes at me, oh, the fuck you will, it's like, that's my inherent response. But I'm learning not to be like that. I'm learning to basically not so much to not respond to confrontation in that fashion as to perceive confrontation as something other than confrontation, so that I can kind of withhold my initial response and make more concrete decisions about how to engage something. I'm more like a 1 than I used to be, for sure. But and I'm not at all convinced that Enneagram numbers necessarily have to stay the same your whole life. It may be possible, as far as I know, that I could be transitioning from a 784 into a 714 or something. I doubt it. It doesn't feel intuitively correct to me to say that, but I don't have any strong opinions about whether or not that's the case with Enneagram. So who knows? Like I said, because I don't state and hold strong positions, I'm not in any particular mood to argue it either way, Legend Fall thinking 785, but the 8 could just because you're ESTP beta quadra. I can smell some 8 on you. I don't know how, since you're just chatting here, but maybe your fingers, the smell of 8 from your fingertips goes through the keyboard into the chat, because there's definitely a little bit of an 8 in there, I think, Legends Fall, regardless of ESTP or not. My daughter says she thinks she's 7, 8 too. I actually am not sure my daughter's an 8. I think she's maybe misidentified herself as an 8. It seems to me she's more like a 1. I would have called her if I were the one who were answering the questions for her that I asked her about Enneagram, I would have typed her as 7, 1, 3 or 4. But I mean, I would suggest that Upton plates that almost nobody else would conclude first and foremost that she's a 9. She's so she handles herself with such aplomb. I'm never worried that somebody's going to get the better of her from the chat or whatever. She carries herself with a indomitable swagger. I don't think anybody would mistake her for a 9. But obviously you think she is, so maybe it seems to me you have some sort of different understanding of Enneagram than I do, I guess. She's certainly not somebody to make peace for the sake of making peace and or appeasing and or avoiding. She's like, you could see in this stream, she put a quick stop to Eric arguing with her about Mia, not in an appeasing way, but in a preemptive kind of Mia way. Okay, so your interpretation of 9 wing 8, I would say cool guy who treats everyone the same is not part of an Enneagram. Doesn't get offended is not part of an Enneagram. The last bit, fuck the shit, I'm out of here when conflict arises, that's 1, not 9. That's my interpretation of what you just said there. So if you think that 9 is the type that says, fuck this shit, I'm out, then you and I have a fundamental disagreement about what constitutes 9 and what constitutes 1. I think 1 is the kind that does that. 9 says, what can I do to make things better? So, but I would most importantly point out that cool guy who treats everyone the same, nothing to do with Enneagram. And doesn't get offended, nothing to do with Enneagram, in my opinion. I'll try to say those things, so I better FE. Traits, not definition, specifically 9W8, just traits. I mean, but I don't think those traits correlate with Enneagram number. In other words, not getting offended has much more to do, in fact, probably everything to do with TIFI and nothing to do with Enneagram. That's my point. Is that it may be, you say, well, this is a trait that one would associate with this. I'm saying no, to the extent that it coincides with that, it is coincidental. It's not, there's no link. That's my point, my claim, or response, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, well, I'm not. Also, the other thing is, up them plates. You and I seem to have a different frame of reference about everything because I don't buy wings either. I don't use wings, and I don't ever talk about them. And I think that the wing idea is silly. After all, if I am a 784, let's just say I am, what does that make me? 7 wing 8, 8 wing 7? I mean, come on. What's that all about? So anyway, I don't use wings, and I think putting too much energy into trying to mechanicize Enneagram is trying to make your ornamental cherry tree into an eating cherry tree. Too late for that, my friend. Too late for that. So let's all take a deep breath. Let's settle in. Let's relax. Let's find our inner spiritual peace. Mine's right here. Yours might be here or here. Could be here. Could be here. Wherever it is, find it. Touch it with your finger. Okay? Where on your body is your inner spiritual peace? Find that spot on your body where your inner spiritual peace is closest to the surface and touch it with your finger, like this. Don't push it too long or else you'll be overwhelmed by the inner peace. You can overdose from that, you know. If you overdose on inner peace, inject yourself with an EpiPen immediately. Then do a big line of cocaine. It's the only way to cure yourself from inner peace overdose. A large line of cocaine will generally remove some of the inner peace and replace it with inner gack. Inner, inner the weekend. This is my inner the weekend, is what you say when somebody catches you doing cocaine. I'm just channeling my inner the weekend. It's No Nut November. Boy, what happens if you've already violated that multiple times? Can I pay back my nuts? Spacey seems like a fuck this shit, I'm out when conflict arises. Yeah, I agree up to a point. But the difference is, I think, whether or not they view the conflict as painful or annoying. Ones try to solve the thing. Nines really don't. It's interesting, avoiding and withdrawing. Ones are like, let me withdraw until we can have a more rational conversation about this. Nines are like, let me see if we can appease this away first. If not, then maybe I'll run away. Weekend as in the musician, yes. The Weekend. That's why you have to put the in front of it. That's his name. His parents named him The Weekend for a reason. All of the weekdays were taken. If you want to have a no-nut month, why not make it February? It's the shortest month. Right? Let's use a little common sense. Disregarding sleep emissions. I see. So nocturnal emissions are okay, huh, grass eater? Likely story. No, this happened while I was asleep. My hands were way over here. Yeah, let me see those palms. I bet there's hair growing on them. That's how you can tell when somebody's been massaging their man meat too much. I can buy, and my Eastern and Western zodiac signs and twin dog one is what? Nicholas Watson, your comment was making so much sense. I can't believe you removed it. Finding a rational partner that will let grass eater eat grass, of course. That's what grass eater does. He doesn't drink grass. Would you say there's a difference with how you are now and how you were before you got into the types? Totally. A substantial difference. Now, I want to stress, it's not a difference in personality, and it's not a difference in Enneagram. It's a difference in ontological comfort. I am very ontologically comfortable, which means I'm not very insecure. And at the same time, I'm not inflamed with self-absorption either. I recognize I recognize where I stand in regards to lots of different things, and it took me a lot of years to understand those things. So for me, anyway, and this may be true of all NTPs or all NETI types, I was first able to accomplish objective self-criticism in the negative, which is to say, before I was able to genuinely have objective self-criticism, I was able to have defensible self-negation, which is a little bit different, right? It's like I would find the worst thing that I could objectively defend about myself and fight that narrative to convince myself that I had no choice but to live that narrative, because after all, if it weren't true, it wouldn't be defensible. And I always have to pick the worst narrative for myself about everything, because otherwise I'm letting myself be biased and just being a spoiled wrongness lover. So the thing is, at some point I realized that I was being awfully lenient with myself. The difficult thing to do is to be objectively self-critical about yourself in for reals, which means saying to yourself, okay, Eric, you're going to do this thing you've been avoiding doing for years and years and years because of the FE risks. You're going to sit down and you're going to say to yourself, okay, well, Eric, you actually are like remarkably outstanding in area, let's say, or even you actually are, it's because of your ability, not because of luck, about area Z. Now, for somebody who's TI tool, that's a tough one. That's a tough bridge to cross. It's easy to cross the bridge where you critique yourself all the time, so that as long as you don't make any claims about yourself, you can continue to be a negationary person and negate everybody else, and they have no angles of attack. Because, look, I'm not saying I'm not a piece of shit. I'm just saying you guys are all huge pieces of shit. Because there's that approach, right? Where you just you don't even bother to try to defend your own validity or value. You just attack. If you're going to want to make affirmations, if you're going to want to say things that make claims, that assert things, etc., then you're going to have to take a different approach. And a different approach means that you have to accept who you are. That process has occurred through YouTube for me. I remember one of the first times I started accepting who I was when I made a video that basically said, I want attention and that's okay. It was the beginning of me retaking my own identity back from all the people who had stolen it from me, or I had let all the people whom I had allowed to co-opt space in my identity. So what that means is I learned throughout childhood and young adulthood or whatever that, shut up, Eric, you're talking too much, you want too much attention, stop playing look at me, etc. At a certain point with YouTube, I was getting sufficient attention that I was able to realize, oh, this is important to me, that I be able to be heard a lot, if nothing else, to put it in as neutral way as possible, that everybody accepts as a condemnatory statement. You just want attention. Well, what's wrong with wanting attention? And if in fact all this cognitive function stuff is right, maybe I should stop internalizing frames of reference that invalidate my own simply because they're someone else's implicit frame of reference. Like, stop caring what other people think is another one of those FI things that gets imposed on everybody. For a long time, I sort of accepted that as a universal truth. That one of the problems that people have is they care too much what other people think. Well, of course, FE third, I mean, I do care what other people think. I care a lot what other people think. And yes, I want attention. And also I want to be taken seriously. I want certain kinds of attention. So it's important to me that, for example, I not be correctly reducible to a pedantic asshole who just spends all his time telling people how they're wrong. I don't want to be correctly reducible to somebody who is a soul obsessed who just successfully convince people he's right because that's what's really most important to him, not the truth. You know, I don't want to be correctly attackable by these channels. People will still try to attack me by these channels, but I want to make sure that my defense is more believable than their attack. It's tough for ENTPs to take themselves seriously as well. It's not just tough for them to be taken seriously. It's, as I was saying earlier in this stream, I had a conversation before, earlier in the evening with this very successful guy who's talking about complicated things for him in his life. He wants my insight on it. I'd like to think I give him great insight and that I'm the right person to turn to. And yet at the same time, he's this person who's highly achieved on a lot of conventional metrics in ways that I certainly don't, or am not right now anyway. And it's trippy to see the kind of person that I've always thought to myself, now see, that's what real adults are like. I'm never going to be able to do that. Never going to be able to be a real adult. It's trippy for me to think these kind of people that I see as real adults, whereas I'm just sort of like faking it. They're coming to me for advice about stuff. And yet here I am living in the back house of my dad's, avoiding work, whatever, So it's trippy. And the thing is, part of being egalitarian, Alpha Quadra, wanting to treat everybody the same, is this very deeply entrenched resistance towards aggrandizing one's own expertise or status. You got to earn it with your merit at all times in Alpha Quadra, and so we expect others to take that same approach when dealing with us. The fact is, a lot of people make a decision, you are an expert, and then they don't even let that question come into evaluation any point forward thereafter. They made the decision that you're an expert and they're going to defer to what you say about this because of your expertise, and then they don't bother questioning exactly what you say or making you justify everything. They just go, okay, well, that makes sense, and okay, thank you for sharing your expertise with me, and I feel more well-informed now. It's like those people are easy to deal with, pleasant to deal with, because they're not trying to show me the whole time that they're actually smarter than me and know more than me about whatever it is they're talking to me about, which is textbook NTP move, What are you going to do? Life is filled with people of all different sorts, and sometimes people are in different stages of growth too. So I was much more of an asshole when I started this process 7 years ago than I am now. I'm a much better person. I'm less careless with people, with words, with tone, with my positions, with everything. I genuinely care more because becoming better at communicating honestly and openly with people has allowed me to see more of them and actually care more. I feel like I also am much more capable of empathizing with people who suffer from various things because I've, in the duration of this channel, been in a relationship with somebody who has BPD. I'm now with Rachel and I've dealt with her bipolar, psychotic episodes and stuff. Those kind of things changed me a lot. And being an SI person means I have this bad habit of not really taking something seriously until I have personal experience with it. So there was a time early in the channel when I might have said stuff like, depression is just, lazy people justifying their laziness or something. I mean, I don't know if I said that or not, but it's the sort of thing I might have said at the beginning of the channel that I would never say now. I would never say it now, not because it's not politically correct or some dumb reason like that, but because I recognize better now that just because somebody else's experience is not known by me by experience doesn't mean I should not take it seriously or think that somehow it's bullshit. So I didn't really believe in so-called psychotic breaks and stuff until I saw it, until I saw it right in front of my face, and it's pretty clear. It's like, okay, when you get to see it so compellingly obvious in front of you that Rachel has a mental illness that, when she has her meds, she's perfectly normal and sane, and then when she doesn't, she starts spiraling into insanity. It really gives you a different perspective on things. You hear a lot of people out there go like, people are overprescribing psych drugs and blah, 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 blah. Well, that certainly doesn't apply to Rachel. It's like those drugs are the difference between a nightmare of a life that's filled with varying degrees of sanity, hospitalizations, and a great life where she's happy. Just, last weekend or whenever, because of my sort of being casual about it, she had to skip. I'm not exactly sure how much she had to skip. She had to skip a day or two of one, or at least one, or maybe two of the meds. And by the time we got to that pharmacy, she was definitely losing it. Like, I mean, I could tell before we even left the house, like, uh-oh, this is big-eyed Rachel. And then big-eyed Rachel turns into Rachel at the CVS because she doesn't like something, and then it's like everything's exaggerated. Where I make a little joke and a big laugh, and you go, "Okay, this is weird." I mean, not weird, but like this is that. Okay, I'm glad we just got the meds. We're gonna give you take. And as soon as we got home, I'm like, okay, can you go ahead and take, which one did you squeeze? You take this one, take that one. And of course, by the next day, she was back on her meds and perfectly normal again. And what was going to invariably, unavoidably spiral into pure insanity went away in very short order, and she went back to regular old Rachel. So it's not like, I'm sure if you stop taking those now, you'd be fine. No. Doesn't work like that. Rachel, we do know where it started. We definitely know where it started. With Rachel, it started when she was in her mid-20s. She was working a lot of hours and having trouble sleeping, same kind of insomnia that has plagued her for most of her life, I guess. And she had a clear psychotic break and was hospitalized for the first time. That was her first psychotic break. Why did it occur? Or the thing is, you never know where it started. For all we know, it could be they got hooked on them. No. Why did it start? Where did it start? How did it start? Well, a lot of mental illnesses, such as schizophrenia, bipolar mania, and stuff, those people who suffer from those have their first episode in their mid-20s. It's fairly common. Now, she spent 10 years being prescribed all kinds of wrong drugs for her mental illness, and it was being treated, it was to say managed, but not in remission at all. She was receiving medical care for this mental illness for 10 years that did not solve the problem, that made it worse in a lot of ways, that thrust a lot of ontological violence on her, that blamed it on unrelated matters like smoking weed, etc. Once she became my girlfriend, moved out here, we had some more problems. She had to go back to New York. She came back here. Finally, we hired a private psychiatrist. I looked at the things. I found the one I thought would be a good one. We hired him. Within 2 sessions, the problem that had plagued her for a decade or more, and that's after starting to receive treatment, was instantly solved completely overnight. Because one good professional correctly diagnosed the right combination of drugs, and boom, she's fine. So we do know for a fact that generalizations about how people shouldn't be medicated or over medication, that those are at least as dangerous a narratives as is the actual risk of over medication, because they tend to invalidate people who genuinely are needing medication. They tend to invalidate the idea of medicating, taking drugs, etc., as unnatural and therefore unjustified. And that whole thing needs to be destroyed as a norm. Natural is not good. Those things are not synonymous. And in fact, there's nothing wrong with taking a variety of drugs if, in fact, it makes you a more realized, healthy, okay, well version of yourself. There are a lot of things that are overdiagnosed, Alex Rodriguez. So, for example, the most overdiagnosed thing is autism spectrum, because it doesn't really exist, and they diagnose anybody who's not socially graceful with that, if they're too heavy. But real mental illnesses like bipolar mania and or schizophrenia typically are not overdiagnosed, because a real psychotic break is pretty black and white. Like, there's no confusion about the fact that, okay, I get it. I was with somebody with a behavioral disorder. In that instance, they're not insane. They have habituated abusive behaviors towards others because of an attachment disorder, but they're perfectly sane. And they may behave in ways that look kind of similar to somebody who's got bipolar mania. But once you've been with both types and you've experienced both things, it's very clear. BPD is a behavioral disorder that correlates with trauma from the past, but is not representative of a break with reality. A genuine psychotic break that occurs in an episode of bipolar mania is an entirely different matter of thing. It's not a matter of degree. It's qualitatively different, not quantitatively. I would have maybe not believed this before, but now I do. And it's because I've gotten to see both manifestations. And one of the differences is accountability too. Like a BPD person, it will spend every ounce of strength they have avoiding being accountable for their own behavior, avoiding accepting a diagnosis of BPD, avoiding being treated for it, avoiding growing from it, because that requires trust, and that's fundamentally what causes the BPD, is an inability to trust. In contrast, Rachel hates being crazy more than anything in the world. And every time, even though it's not her fault at all, every time because of a medication foul up like we just had, she gets a little crazy. She falls all over herself, apologizing and, probably hating herself a little bit for something that's completely out of her control. Completely different thing, right? BPD is accompanied invariably with accountability avoidance disorder, which is to say they don't want to accept the truth and grow from it. Bipolar is something that's happening to them, not part of who they are or how they're behaving. It's totally different. It's like, if I have an epileptic seizure, that's very different than a tantrum where somebody's throwing themselves on the ground and going like this. And to try to equate the two is insane. Martin knows, yes, got involved with a BPD sufferer, and she would never be accountable for her actions. That is, when you have somebody who's got BPD and they're committed to their worldview of can't trust anybody, then number one thing that means is they can't trust you with holding them to account. If they concede, yes, it was my fault, then what happens is you're going to use that against them. And you'll see that they, in fact, use that against you when you do that. That was one of the first things that tripped me out about Kimberly. She'd say something, I'd say, okay, you know what? Let me think about this. Actually, you're right. That wasn't cool of me. I shouldn't have done that, blah, blah, blah. And then she'd be like, yeah, you shouldn't have, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, Kimberly, you totally don't know how to do this, do you? The way it works is when I can see that you were right about something and apologize, you say, thank you for being so nice and reasonable about this. You know what? Here's something where I could have been cooler about too. And that's how you make up, and that's how you solve things. And really, that's how you have relationships with people, for fuck's sake. She had no concept of that. So let's see what is being asked of me. Winston's mom got shushed. I know that. So it must be pretty important to shush Winston's mom about. So is NI just knowing without basing it off any such status? NI is saying, what takeaways are there that are not specific to my experience, but that are applicable to everything in general? So, for example, if I'm an NI type and I go to a square dance and I have a terrible time, but everybody else is having a wonderful time, I'll conclude that people love square dancing. If I'm an SI type and I go to a square dance and I'm having a terrible time and everybody else seems to be having fun, I'll conclude that people don't like square dancing. I mean, that's an exaggeration, and it's a simplification, but that basically sums up the difference I think you're asking about. The thing is, people do not take into account the negative animus manifesting the dominant. I don't know what you mean by the negative animus. Seen in one of the previous lives said that kids don't owe anything to their parents inherently. I remember because I've been thinking about that for a while. I mean, what a person owes their parents is most strongly linked to the specifics of the relationship between the kid and the parents, and least strongly determined by the fact that that relationship is one of biological parenthood. So I feel like I have a lot of responsibilities to my parents that stem from the fact that they raised me so well, they loved me so well, they took care of me, and blah blah blah. If they had been abusive and awful, maybe I wouldn't feel like I'd have any obligation to them at all. But I don't know. I can't imagine myself in that alternate universe in a meaningful way. Mrs. Mom, did you accidentally say that you had BPD? I'm glad you don't. Grass Eater, that was me you gave herpes to. God. He doesn't even remember who he gave herpes to. I said, what's this big sore on the tip of your penis? You said, that's not a sore, don't worry about it. And I believed you. Foolish me. Foolish me. I'm like, are you sure you're not just rubbing your sore all over my lips? He said, I'm sure. It's not a sore. Huh. I am. I'm so naive. Animus is the opposite masculine-feminine relating function, and if the upbringing of caregiver was not healthy to the person, then it can force a person to look like their mirror. I don't find that to be the case. Kimberly was clearly an ISFJ. She behaved like an ISFJ. She did not look like her mirror in any sense at all. But she looked like an ISFJ with BPD. I've also known an INFP with BPD, and she was an INFP with BPD. Neither of them looked like their mirror at all. They behaved very much like their types, were very stereotypical, except they had this odd quality where the closer you got to them, the more abusively they treated you. And that's because the closer you get, the more they value you, the more they fear you're going to abandon them, the more they're imprinting early on in life tells them to establish distance to protect themselves. Is Razor M obsessed with you? I don't think he's obsessed with you. I think that might be too strong of a word. I do think he's chatting with you, though. INFPs don't seek closeness. INFPs, I mean, they seek closeness. I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that question is linking to. I think, of course, as FI doms, relationships matter a great deal to them. Kyra, do you seek closeness? Do you seek some closeness? If you're really actually feeling like you need some sort of, I don't know, mental health intervention or something, you can come over here and I could give you a go to sleep assistant in theory. You know, I am empathetic towards mental health things. And you're not that far away. And we do have a lot of psych drugs here. So, you know, just toss a few pills at you, see what works. When bees are responsible for killing a lot of the diversity within the bug population, leaving us dependent on them for pollination, should we call them dipshits? Well, I would say no. I'd say calling the bees dipshits would suggest that they're being unwise from their own perspective, which from their own perspective, I guess that's not the case given the narrative here that you've laid out. You had a psychotic break today. You're better now, you think. Let's see. How should I respond to this? I mean, is that sort of thing usually solved for you by a good night's sleep or what? You only ate because you had to take your medication. Well, you don't have to eat for reason Y or Z or A. It doesn't matter really why you eat as long as you do. Why is this tray not full still of weed? Perhaps I have smoked it all. Why can I not find more now to smoke? Perhaps I have grown too tall. Maybe I first shall pull from here this bong rip into my lungs. And when I am done, young sir or girl, perhaps I'll have some fun. That is a poem that I wrote for you today. Let's see, how should I respond to this? Well, it's like, okay, well, seriously, if you want to come get Kalani or something, I would suggest you drive back home before taking it so you don't crash your car on the way home. But that will make you go to sleep. And you will probably feel better after a good night's sleep. But I don't know. I'm no psychiatrist. Don't call me a psychiatrist. Okay? The P is silent. We also got Prozac here. Is Latuda the same thing as Olazapan or whatever it is? I already take Prozac. Consult with your doctor. Boy, curious Kyra. I believe I've explained this to you before. I am a licensed metaphysician. Licensed by all licenses all the time to metaphysically and or metaphorically prescribe drugs. Right. Well, look, I'm not CJ O'Connell. I'm not saying, hey, Kyra, come over and take Klonopin every day for a month. Okay. I'm saying if you have an emergency need, like, basically you feel yourself unraveling, and you know that if you get a full night's sleep, then you'll feel better, then don't be afraid to come take advantage of the offer. However, I will probably be going to sleep relatively soon. So, call your doctor, tell him, hey, look, this Latuda Prozac combo, it's not really keeping me so-called sane, as you might say. Perhaps toss a little bit of the Mia into this, or a little bit of the Mia. See what he says. You take them yourself, huh? I don't take any crazy drugs, but I do take Adderall. I was totally out of it, and then out of the blue, Delilah called me up today and said, hey, can I come over? And I want to. She did. We hung out here, and of course, hey, D. Yo, hey. She knows what I mean. She knows what I mean. That's all I have to do. Be like, she's a great friend, and good daughter, and a wonderful person. Is ISFJ the most likely type to have accountability avoidance disorder? No. I think that accountability avoidance disorder is what I call anybody who's functionally behaving in narcissistic fashion, which means they are they're doing bad things and avoiding being held to account for them consistently across time so that they never grow. That when their bad behavior causes a fire, they just run away from that and start over a new place of relationships, or a new set of relationships that aren't on fire yet. That they like to be very controlling and or hold people to account themselves, but then they don't hold themselves to account for the same sort of thing. Those kind of people, they could be BPD, they could be narcissists, or whatever you want to call them. Basically, all bad behavior boils down to about accountability avoidance disorder. If it's persistent in a person, then you say they have the disorder. If it's an occasional thing that happens, it's just being a human. Like, I'm sorry, at that moment, I was avoiding accountability. That's why I shit myself. It's something that everybody should say periodically because everybody's guilty of it periodically. But some people are guilty of it continually, and those people have accountability avoidance disorder. And they are the damage doers of the world. Because instead of growing, they try to dump all of their identity costs onto others one way or the other. Well, up 10 plates. I mean, how did you self-diagnose as a narcissist? I mean, here's the thing I've seen with somebody who I would genuinely call a narcissist before. There's this guy, Nick, who came around the channel back when the Raw Room was quite active and sort of tried to launch a coup of sorts. And the way he did it is he came into the room, somebody sent light bulbs, he came into the room with somebody else who was drunk. Somebody from the room sent light bulb a somewhat questionable kind of sexually themed message of some sort. She complained to me about it. I said, okay, let's stop doing this. Whatever, whoever was doing this is bullshit. Obviously the drunk guy, you know. Well, so Nick, what he did was take this opportunity to weave this story about how I was the one who would send her the message so that I could come in and then save the day, and blah, blah, blah. This whole big story that is sort of textbook ENFJ in this regard. It ignored the fact that everybody there, including me and all the relevant people, had been there in this room and experiencing interactions with me and each other for a long time. And so this behavior that he was saying was completely out of character for the sort of thing that I might do. It really didn't make any sense. He had no evidence of it, except he was saying like, well, you can tell by the fact that it makes intuitive sense that he would do that. But of course, I had no need to do that. I had no need to come in and be the hero and save the day, nor any desire to do so. As a matter of fact, during the time when he was saying that I was doing that, I was writing a song about what an asswipe his drunk friend was. So I certainly wasn't trying to save the day. Regardless, that played out however it did, and he actually did a fairly interesting and good job of sort of currying distrust in me for a second there with his compelling storytelling. However, when I finally got him pinned down where I could ask him some questions and hold him to account, as soon as I started asking him questions, even though it was positioned that he kind of had no choice socially but to sit there and have this conversation at this point, that he just ran in terror. He couldn't sit through me asking him questions and him answering them. He just couldn't sit through it. He could not do it. No matter how much it would have served his interest to do so, he was unable to endure a questioning because as he said at the time, he's like, I know what you're going to do. You're just going to make everything look as bad as you possibly can. And I'm like, and he left. I'm like, well, that makes one of us that knew what I was going to do. I was just asking a couple questions to sort of like feel, like a boxing match. You sort of feel the guy out. You're not really trying to punch. You see, like, what if I kind of half jab? How does he go about blocking? I was trying to do this shit, and he's like, you're trying to me. I'm like, am I? I just asked you a couple questions. That's the fear of accountability. The thing is, grandiosity without holding that gold in a suitable vessel will fracture and produce narcs due to poor ego self-boundaries. I believe that you mean POOR. Does that make me a narcissist? Does correcting your spelling make me a narcissist? The answer is yes. Surprising. The answer may surprise you. grandiosity without holding that gold in a suitable vessel. So, I mean, you wonder though, right, Martin, whether the grandiosity is a cause of that narcissistic fracture you're saying, or an effect of it. It certainly seems that grandiosity can manifest from a few different sources, at least in theory. Like, you might accuse me of being self-aggrandizing, and you'd probably also agree that I'm not a narcissist or accountability avoidant. So, also, we can see people who are grandiose who may or may not be narcissistic or accountability avoidant, but are certainly insufferable. People like the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, or Bono, or Joaquin Phoenix, or something. I don't think they're narcissists, but they have an excessively grandiose self-concept that probably will find very annoying. So then the question arises, is the narcissist imitating the grandiosity they aspire to and fracturing because of a failure of their reality to meet their expectations? Or are they, in the absence of any real identity, constructing one that is grandiose because they have no faith in their own inherent value? I would posit the latter. That's a fancy way of saying I think it's the second one. Billy really is a cool guy, though. Billy is right. Is he? Billy really's Billy? I don't know about that. You know, like, obviously somebody like Bill Walton. Bill Walton's a complete douchebag. But is he a narcissist? I would say no. I don't think. Probably he's not. He's just been enabled in being insufferable for too long. One of the great gifts that YouTube has given me is that it typically doesn't enable my insufferability, but rather curtails it and can teach me to be less insufferable. It has taught me to be less insufferable. It's humbled me in lots of different ways. You know, if you want to be an asswipe on YouTube, you will, in no uncertain terms, hear about it from everybody. So, you know, it's a self-correcting system. It's like one thing I don't get anymore, which I see as an indication of great progress, is I almost never get anymore the, comment, which I used to get periodically from INFPs that basically said, you're being mean and hurting people's feelings, and you're not being responsible in that regard. And those would always make me feel sad. Like, I mean, I had no defense. It was just like, okay, I guess I fucked up. You're right. So, you know, I've learned to be much more considered when I approach stuff where people's feelings get into the mix. Although I still am kind of like, sometimes shit can surprise me. For example, somehow I managed to be surprised by Marty's strong response to my "You're not an INFJ" video. In that regard, you can see the FI polar making me careless, you know, and not wise in my predictions either. It's one of those things I should have been able to predict pretty easily, that this is going to make an uproar. But I didn't expect him to respond so strongly, really, for some reason. Supervisor types, well, It's just that their dominant, you're polar, and their tools, you're dominant. So they can validate in your implicit frame almost as well as you can. They are able to speak your language fluently, although not superbly, in your tool function. But you completely miss the boat in their dominant function. So they always have an advantage on you. If I go to an INFP and I use NE, they're right there with me. I have no advantage, basically. If I go with an INFP and I use TI, they are certainly competent enough to not be pushed around unreasonably in that area, let's say. And then, most importantly, I have no idea whether I'm hitting missing at all on their dominant function in the implicit frame. They are clearly aware of it, and they can clearly see that, oh my God, this guy's never shot a basketball in his life before, you know. I know that, as far as I can tell, I'm moving all the basketballs from over here to over there by rolling them across the floor, right? And it's working on NE grounds, it's working on TI grounds, it's working on FE grounds, whatever. But from the INFP's perspective, I'm supposed to be shooting them through the hoop. And I just keep missing every shot. And not only am I not good at shooting, I don't seem to even understand what shooting at the hoop is supposed to be, you know? That's the supervisor thing. It's like my supervisee, ISTP, Kimberly's son was an ISTP, and there was initial conflict between us, which he forsook almost immediately and took on the position that there's no point in battling Eric. I have no chance of winning, and would explicitly say things like that to his mother. Like, why would I bother talking to him about it? Like, I got any chance of winning that argument? The supervisee understands implicitly and feels and buys into the fact that they are no match for their supervisor. So that's the case with INFPs. When I type INFPs, at the end of the typing session, I am a child after a audition for a play where I've danced on the stage. The person who's in charge of evaluating it is sitting in the chair and they're writing on the clipboard, and I'm standing there waiting to either be told to get off the stage or something else, or you're dismissed or whatever. I have no idea whether they're happy or sad with how I did it. I thought I was doing fine, but now I'm starting to have second thoughts because the guy sitting down there is sort of frowning as he's writing blah, 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 blah. I don't know if it had anything to do with me or not. And then eventually they go, oh, okay, yeah, thank you. Right? And I'm still not quite sure. Does that mean I can get off the stage now? Should I go off this way? It's like, that's what it feels like when you're dealing with your supervisor type. When I finish typing with an INFP, I know for a fact that they've got a whole set of thoughts and feelings and so forth about what just happened that they're not sharing with me, that I can't have access to, that I'm not going to be able to access through FE or TI or anything else, and that I will never really know, and that, you know, like they could always bust me for doing something wrong. ISTPs, if you surprise them with something like a question, yeah, but what about blah, blah, and they don't have any answer already thought out. Colin used to, he'd look at me, he'd turn around without saying a word, literally walk away from me. I saying a word, think for a second. I stand there going, did he hear me? You know, at first, my first response would be like, I don't get this. I just asked him a question. He looked me right in the eyes, turned around, walked away, is now facing the other direction, standing over there. Is he coming back to answer me at some point? Or what just happened? And then he'd come back and he'd answer. I thought, oh. And after it happened more than once, I realized that's what happens when an NETI person asks an unexpected question to a TISE person. They're just like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I mean, in reality, it's like, may have been a totally harmless question. I'm just sort of, hey, blah, blah, blah. But he's worried that I'll be trapping him, you know, because he knows I could if I wanted to. And he's unclear as to whether or not I want to. It's the same sort of thing with INFPs and me. So I guess that's the way it is for all things. Razor M is spamming. I wouldn't call that spamming. I think you are hyperbolic in your use of the word spamming. Oh, good. You're supporting the coronavirus lockdown. Thank you. That is so responsible of you, Razor M. Do you think that you are capable of shooting through the hoop, but that it has to be on your terms, no pressure for anybody else? Well, I think that feelings are definitely an absolute value for me. Razor M got Google moderated. So it's like I experience FI definitely on my terms, and there's certain kinds of FI I like and certain kinds I definitely don't like. For example, I have to be very careful watching these videos of animals that I watch. I like animal videos. I like the nice ones where, like, you know, the male bird dancing for the female bird, and the drama of whether or not she's going to let him hump her or something, and the crazy looking bird dances and stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen the one about the bird who can sound just like a chainsaw or a camera. That's one of the crazier videos I've seen in a long time. This bird, when you look at this bird, or you listen to it, you will hear at the end of this, after it goes through a series of calls that are imitations of the other birds in the forest, it starts to imitate other sounds that it hears in the forest. And it is quite remarkable how much it sounds like the things that it's imitating. So, let's see. Is this the high quality one? I guess so. I'll put the link here. If you scoot ahead to about probably, I'll get the timestamp link. Hold on. Yeah, so I have to be careful because if I watch some of those videos and it's like sad one about animals dying and stuff, it can haunt me for a long time. I really can be bothered a great deal by certain FI sad things with animals. There's one I'm thinking of right now that it still bothers me occasionally when I think about it, and I saw it a long time ago. So I really have to be careful to avoid anything that's strongly sad FI. If someone else suggests that makes you watch one of those sad videos, I would just not do it at all. I mean, I will fight it hard. Like Rachel wanted to begin telling me a sad story about an animal today, and before she even got anywhere to start telling it, they don't even go into stop right now. Just don't stop. I don't want to hear it. If it's depending on the kind of sad story, it can stick with me way too deeply and bother me a lot, and I don't want to think about it or see it in my head anymore. Or it's like awful. Ever watch Fox and the Hound? Not for a long time. So that link I put there about that bird, it sings all the different songs of the birds in the forest. Its goal to get a chick, right? Like its strategy to get laid and find a mate is to sing the most complicated song it can. So this is like a very any bird, right? And as per real expert intuition, it bases its shit off of stuff it remembers and hears and around it and stuff. So it just goes, okay, well, I'll start singing all the songs of the various birds. What else have I been hearing lately? And then it starts making the sound of people taking pictures, a shutter sound, which people's phone presumably. This video is from like 11 years ago, so it's probably a real camera. And also the sound of the kind of camera with a motor in it. It sounds so much like it. And then car alarm and the sound of chainsaws in the forest, like where people were working or near the forest or something. So yeah, that bird is great. It's really impressive. I can't believe how much the imitations sound like the real thing. It makes me want to like go to that forest and have, say, Call Me Maybe play like a 12-minute loop of it every 3 hours or something, and see if the birds start singing Call Me Maybe. Of course, the thing is, the bird has obviously a fairly short sample length, probably. I don't know what the most lengthy imitated thing is there in terms of duration, but I would guess that most bird calls are not like a call that goes is sort of a single idea of yeah, right? So if you're gonna be a bird that has to sample that and remember it, then you just need that much time of your sample length, right? But if you would put Call Me Maybe and you wanted the bird to sample the whole thing and sing the whole Call Me Maybe, then it would have to have a substantially, at that point, it's not really functioning as a sample anymore because you can't include it. No, it's not a joke. It's serious. That's BBC Earth. That's David Attenborough. They're not shitting you. That's really how that bird really does that. I mean, it's like I thought so. I mean, when I first heard it, I'm like, that can't be. That's the bird making that sound. But I mean, look at the source of it, right? It's David Attenborough. How much more trustworthy can you get than that? But perhaps most striking is this bird here with its call that sounds like a chainsaw. Thanks, Coach Eric. That makes sense to me that you just wouldn't want to do it. I think that we can be very capable in our polar, but that's be on our own terms with no outside burden or pressure. Well, I mean, I would describe to you additionally the experience of watching Before Sunrise. If anybody has seen here Before Sunrise, it's a very FI movie. You really you can't help, even an FI polar person, putting yourself in the shoes of each of the characters as they're getting to know each other on this walk around this European town as two broke and fearful 20 something in Europe, you know. Really powerful movie, very, very effective, and also extremely difficult for me to watch. So while I was watching it and appreciating it and saying this is one of the most genius things I've seen ever, I have to pause it every 10 minutes or so, go outside, go, oh, this is hard. Oh my God. Seriously, that's how it was watching that movie. And then at the end of it, and Rachel kept apologizing, like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you watch this if you don't want to watch it. Like, no. This is totally worth watching. This is just, it's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. And it wasn't super sad or anything. Like the sad ones I can't do. But that was just emotionally intense. Like the relationship between the characters, the importance of everything, and the reality of the circumstances and how resonant it is with everybody's memories of that time period of their life, even if they never did anything like that. The way that very young adulthood links so strongly to weight and significance and powerful experiences and stuff, things that feel strong. Did a great job of putting you in the shoes of the characters, and it was very difficult for me as a consequence. I should note that I also have a lot of trouble watching things that are FE cringe. So I really don't like and can't really watch those movies where the main kind of humor is driven by characters being embarrassed in circumstances by their very awkward shit or whatever. That really, it makes me very uncomfortable. I'm effing nervous. I don't like to watch or listen to things where you have unscripted live call-ins from regular people who may or may not be FE competent, because I feel sympathetic cringe, I guess you'd say. Speaking of interesting birds, I really like the secretary bird from Africa. There's some cool looking birds. They're these very tall birds that are actually, it's like a cross between a crane and an eagle, kind of. They're birds of prey. They're kind of like eagles or falcons or hawks or something, but they have long legs like a stork, and they are basically they're reptile stampers. They fly down to the ground and they see a snake and they stomp on it with their legs, which are very fast. So it's like they can stomp a snake's head faster than a snake's response time because their legs are so super fast and long and powerful. As a consequence, they're not very graceful flyers. They're kind of iffy in the air, and they're iffy about landing. They kind of stumble when they land a little bit, but they're great walkers. They walk around in this very purposeful strut, and then when they see a snake, they go stomp, 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 and then they eat it. I like those birds. They're funny. I tell you what was good FE for me was I got to show Delilah, she had never seen it before, the iguana escaping the snakes video today. And of course, as anybody does, the first time they see that video, she was just like, it's so engaging. It's such an incredible video. Yeah, I watched it a few times the last couple of days, and that's a remarkable piece of film. The way that all the snakes just come out of there like that, and then even once the iguana's up on the rocks, they have this like close up kind of slow-mo thing of the snake jumping with its mouth open, trying to grab the back of the iguana and just barely missing. It's brilliant. That's a brilliant piece of film. I appreciated the link that Winston's mom shared the other day as well. That is a interview of sorts with the filmmakers, and how most of the iguanas didn't get away, but that they would cheer when one did. Although, one of the scientists said, "Well, I felt bad for the snakes because they don't have a lot to eat over there." Anyway, so that's how I like my F. When I'm watching these animal videos, there's this great one where the hedgehog ends up killing the snake, where they really play it out well. Like you think you're being appropriately and carefully warned in advance. Watch out! This cute little hedgehog is going to be eaten by this poisonous snake, and they're sort of prepping the road for you emotionally about how good it is for the snake, and that's fine, and blah, 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 and how sad it is anyway. But so you're sort of like, okay, I can live with this. I can watch this hedgehog getting eaten by a snake. It's not going to hurt that much. And then turns out the narrator was an unreliable narrator, because the snake comes up to the hedgehog, and the hedgehog just is like super quick, like rips its head off and eats it. This adorable little hedgehog, So I like that kind of FI. FI that's simple. FI that's satisfying. FI where the mother tiger fights off the predator that would try to steal her baby, and then successfully predates herself to obtain food for the baby, and everything's fine. I don't like the animal story where the baby dies in the end. Because the mother couldn't get enough food and it starved. It's like, fuck that noise. I don't want to see that show. I don't want to see any of those kind of things. I want to see the cute, adorable animals, and or the like heartwarming stories of animals saving their owner from danger. Those ones are always good. Animals saving other animals or cooperating with each other to help out each other, as long as there's nothing tragic in it. Also, stories where a small animal stands up to a big animal successfully. Those are always interesting. If you get, the dog causes the gang of grizzly bears to back down, the chihuahua with its crazy barking. Those are always exciting videos. I'm also a fan of praying mantis videos. I really like praying mantises. I've been able to enjoy watching before the videos where praying mantises catch and eat birds, but I've also experienced while doing that the person I was watching it with was very bothered by the anguished tweets of the birds, but that one didn't seem to bother him. Eric, why are there only 16 types if you can have an extroverted judging function and extroverted receiving function on top of each other? What do you mean on top of each other? I mean, there are 16 types because there are 16 permutations of two functions where one must be extroverted and one introverted, which is to say, and additionally, as an additional limiter, that they're paired with the necessary accompanying function for maximal attainment on that vector. So, for example, an interface function needs to be paired with a knowledge function, because to interface successfully involves knowing on the fly and adjusting on the fly, not deliberating. An action function requires a deliberation function, because acting means you're assuming you're going to have your whole turn to act, your whole chance to act before you have to deal with the dynamics of the situation, which means it needs to be fully deliberated out. Now, you can pair those either deliberation first then action, action first then deliberation, interface first then knowledge, or knowledge first then interface. But what you can't do is any other permutation. And so as a consequence, you end up with exactly 16. Everything else is defined by the first two. You can't have any first thought and FE second thought. That's not possible. That would be saying I pair action function with an interface function, but it would be like saying the first thing sets the frame. So let's say extrovert intuition is the frame. Means my frame is action, putting information on the external field, metaphysical field foremost, and or internal metaphysical field. Objects that count as objects in a turn-based economy, not in a real-time economy. And then as a consequence, in order to do so effectively, I need to habitually, as a tool function or approach, deliberate either from an interested or disinterested calculus. If I were to try to interface as a tool function, well, that wouldn't work. That would have already taken action before the dynamic responsive quality of the interfacing came into play. They would constantly run afoul of each other. My attention would continually be on the external data and the processes of agency would break down because you'd lack the necessary linkages for purpose, meaning, and being. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it than that. Definitionally so. I am going to go to sleep now. I'm super tired. I feel like I'm going to pass out. So it's been 4 hours. Wow, it's a 4-hour live stream. Best 4 hours of your life? Pretty close to the best 4 hours of mine too. So, we're on the same page there in the general vicinity, okay? I want to thank you all for being here. If you don't mind thumbs upping, it might help my channel. I don't know if it will or not. I'm actually really happy and grateful that you guys, everybody who's here is here, because 26 people after 4 hours in the middle of the night, that's pretty damn good. That's a lot better than it's been. So thanks again and see you later.